turnaround strategies, focusing on ring-fencing revenue from the sale of water, specifically for the water function. The implementation of these reforms seeks to stabilize and strengthen delivery of core basic services in the metropolitan municipalities and set foundations for increased investment and economic growth in South Africa's 8 largest cities. The Department of Water and Sanitation is rolling out bulk supply schemes, large-scale projects, while exploring new solutions such as groundwater desalination, freshwater spring protection, and wastewater reuse. In tandem with these, we are conducting oversight visits across affected provinces to directly assess progress on the construction and maintenance of key water infrastructure, ensuring that communities receive water that is sufficient, reliable, and sustainable. Specifically, we wanted to assist the Gauteng municipalities when we visited there in turning around water supply interruptions, and the department has confirmed now an increase of 200 megalitres in fundamental human rights. It is a cornerstone of advancing dignity, of securing social justice, and of ensuring that every household, every community, and every city can thrive. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy President. May I ask for the first supplementary question, which will be asked by Honourable M. Dlelanga.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable President, we appreciate your positive response and the inroads that you have made on trying to address the problem at Gauteng. We also want to be clear that we're happy on the work of the Grand Central Water Tower and the Caswet Reservoir. In particular, the additions of 200 million cubic meters of water from the Var River system. As the ANC of decisive intervention, and what they are reporting to us is the decisive intervention that we want on addressing water challenges in Gauteng. Therefore, Deputy President, I want to check on you on appreciating this work that you've done. That what measurable milestones and clear timelines have been established to ensure that these long-term interventions are translated into sustainable, uninterrupted water supply, particularly in communities that continue to experience measuring or recurring outrages. Thank you so much, Deputy President.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Minister of Water and Sanitation held a water indaba last year, where we came up with a number of resolutions that will assist provinces and municipalities and all water authorities to be able to manage our water supplies. We found that often the challenges of water are created where infrastructure is not maintained. So that's one of the important issues that we have raised, that it is important that water authorities should maintain infrastructure, invest more in water infrastructure, and also attend to problem of leaks. We lose a lot of clean water through leakages or leaks that we see all over the country. So that's what we have emphasized to all these water authorities that are there in all provinces, to ensure that the bulk supply of water should be reliable. And in fact, as we speak now, that is something that we are succeeding on. Our challenge now remains reticulation, particularly in municipalities. So that's where we're going to focus to ensure that municipalities, once water reaches the reservoirs in municipalities, the water must then reach households and businesses. It's one thing to have bulk water supplies to municipalities and you have reservoirs full, but if that water doesn't reach households, there's no water coming out of their taps, then would not have resolved the problem. So we are monitoring the implementation of all those resolutions through the water task team that the President has appointed me to lead last year. We meet with all municipalities and all water authorities throughout the country to ensure that we have reliable water supply to all our communities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The second supplementary question is from Mr. S.J. Moore.
Mr. Deputy President, Saturday is Human Rights Day, yet as I speak to you, the right to water is being violated. The same worst affected communities in Johannesburg, such as Melville and Lenasia, are once again without water, and Melville has now gone 11 days in a row without water because of the long failing Hurstville reservoirs. Now the project meant to fix them is under threat because contractors have not been paid for 2 months. You mentioned Brixton. We saw the same in Brixton, where non-payment delayed the tower and reservoir project for months. You have chaired the water task team during this crisis, yet Johannesburg Water still stands with hundreds of millions of rand in overdue creditors, while project after project is delayed. Why should residents believe that your intervention is making any difference at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, those are some of the issues we are attending to. In fact, yesterday we had the inaugural meeting of the Water Intervention Committee that is chaired by the President. We call it WaterCom. And the idea there is that national government should have the powers to intervene directly where we have challenges such as those that you are alluding to in municipalities. Not that we will take away the functions of municipalities, but we're going to make sure that we don't just leave everything to them and say, you sort it out. Through this committee, we are bringing a group of experts. We're bringing the provinces themselves. The President will convene the PCC, which is the Presidential Coordinating Council, where we are going to sit with all the premiers to be able to discuss how we intervene on this issue of water, because it is a crisis. And as you correctly say, even as we go throughout the country, we still find out that in some areas, issues have not been resolved. So this committee met yesterday, chaired by the President. We're meeting again next week, once we finalize our terms of reference, and we will be sending teams out to all provinces, particularly where there are these challenges. But we will go to all more than 100 municipalities where there are challenges. We will, of course, prioritize those that there are more pronounced problems, like your Gauteng, as was mentioned, Giyani, and some in the Free State, KZN, and so on. But we will reach out to everybody to resolve those problems. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Madume, Deputy President, re amogela as MK Patori, di masepala di na le maikarabelo a go berekana le bothata bo ba metsi. But we also want to emphasize to you that the national oversight responsibility ultimately rests with the minister responsible under the National Water Act and the Water Act Services Act. And now, given the well-documented failures in Johannesburg, including aging infrastructure, governance breakdowns within Johannesburg Water, and allegations of corruption linked to outsourced tanker contracts and sabotage of water infrastructure, are there any specific instruction as a Deputy President that we have issued to the Minister of Water and Sanitation to end the reliance on outsourced tanker system and investigate corruption and stabilize water supply? I don't think this thing wants further commission and a long time
Up, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, indeed. You will recall that during SONA, the President sent the Minister of Water and the Deputy and the Minister of Kokta to Gauteng to intervene. So they were not at SONA. They had to go there and met with the Premier and the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg and their officials to deal with this problem of water. So the instruction to the Minister of Water and Sanitation to intervene has already been issued by the President to be able to do so. I then went to Joburg myself to follow up on the implementation to make sure that things are fixed, but also that there are plans to ensure future reliable supplies. I'll give you, for example, in Johannesburg, when I was at Carlsworth, they are already building a 20 million or mega million water reservoir, which once completed next year, it will have the capacity to give reliable water in that area for another 20 years. In addition, the private sector in the same area is building a 10 million one, which will add this to 30 million. So those initiatives are already rolling out. And as I said earlier, that the Rand Water is also increasing the capacity. So we have asked the Minister of Water to be on the ground, not only in Joburg, as they did, but we're also going to go to Limpopo, because we've been told that there's a problem in Guyana. I was there before, a lot of water in the dams, but not reaching the people. So we're going to get there as well. Yes, indeed, the Guyana problem has been there for some time, and that's why we need to go back, because the issue of dams was long resolved. It's a question of reticulation, as I say, and because in the rural areas, people are far apart and the topographic. So there is a big challenge, and we've then said to Minister of Water, also introduce the issue of groundwater, so people can be able to drill, or municipalities can drill and get water for people. And secondly, as you say, we have said to the municipalities, we want to empower them to deal with the water mafia tankers. So what government is going to do is to buy the trucks, the insourcing that you're talking about. So we will insource and make sure that it is the government that have the capacity to supply. So that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable MP Kobe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Deputy President, during the COVID-19 pandemic, 500 billion of relief funds were unashamedly looted by brazen political actors who sought to profit from the crisis while thousands of our people died. Today, similarly, we have billions that have been dedicated towards this water crisis under what Honorable Galanga said is your decisive leadership. Now, Deputy President, what accountability mechanism will you use to ensure that the funds that are dedicated towards resolving the water crisis that's used to pay contractors and fund infrastructure projects is not looted by bad faith actors? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Member, it is a challenge. The decision we've taken is that municipalities should ring fence water revenue. Now you probably would have noticed that in some municipalities, let's take an example with Johannesburg, Joburg Water would bring in about maybe 60 billion rand or more of revenue, and then it becomes a good revenue base for the city to do other things. And we are saying to them, we're not saying they must take all that revenue to water, because obviously they need to perform other functions, but a sizable amount of revenue that is derived from water should go to fix water infrastructure and support maintenance of water infrastructure. So if a municipality can bring about 20 billion from water, surely they should be able to allocate close to 4 or 5 billion directly to water, rather than allocate 1 billion out of the 20. So I'm making an example like that. But that in principle, we are now going to ensure that we ring-fence revenue that's come from water to prioritize dealing with water infrastructure and maintenance. That's the decision we've taken. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Mr. Zelanga.
Honorable President, given the undeniable successes of the coordinated approach to the energy crisis, which has been load shedding, being a thing of the past in our country, how is the establishment of the National Water Crisis Committee, as pronounced by the President during the SONA, intended to be complementary with the water tax team in accelerating solutions to the country's water crisis?
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, as I indicated earlier, Honorable Member, that the President has established this national water crisis, similar to the national energy crisis that was established when we had load shedding. But of course, as I said earlier, the committee met for the first time yesterday to finalize its terms of reference and also the action plan. And we've agreed with the President we'll meet again next Tuesday to finalize our action plan. Now, the challenge with this crisis committee, as opposed to the one that was dealing with electricity, is that with electricity, in the main, you are dealing with one entity, ESCOM. There and there, you have municipalities that generate, but in the main, more than 90% of electricity in this country comes from one entity. When it comes to water, you have a plethora of water authorities throughout the country. the responsibility for water is with municipalities, and therefore the task is going to be much bigger than the other crisis committee. But we are now preparing. We want to accelerate infrastructure development, ensure that we address challenges in municipalities, and also ensure consistent investment in the infrastructure for water. Because if you look at the challenges other municipalities, you can see that for a number of years, there was no investment in water infrastructure. It's decaying, and therefore leads to leaks and a loss of a lot of water, what they call non-revenue water. Basically, non-revenue water is water lost to the ground, revenue that is gone. Close to 40% of some municipalities lose their revenue that they're supposed to get from water. But with this committee, our idea is that in addition to ourselves as political leaders, we'll be accompanied by a number of specialists, engineers, and so on that we're going to deploy down there to municipalities to fix the problem. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Malibongwe.
Thank you, Deputy President. Umbuzo wesibili ubuzwe ilonga ehloniphekile umnumzane uNodada. Umbuzo umayelana nenkulumo usekela mongameli ayenza ezingxoxweni zesibili zohlelo lwaziwa ngokuthi phecelezi iFrank Dialogue mayelana nekusasa lohlelo lokuthuthukisa labo ababecindezelwe ngokomnotho phecelezi i-broad-based black economic empowerment. Leyo nkulumo wayenza eThekwini mhla zingu-1 kuMarch 2026 la aqinisekisa khona ukuthi uhulumeni uzimisele ukuthi enze uhlelo lokubhekisisa kumbe nokucubungula lolu hlelo. Ufuna ke ukwazi umnumzana uNodada ukuthi ngabe ngubani ozokwenza lolu cwaningo, kanti futhi ngabe usekela mongameli unayo yini imininingwane yokuthi lolu hlelo luzokwenzeka kanjani? Sekela mongameli.
Ngiyabonga somlomo. Ngizawuphendula ngesingisi.
Ulungile.
Ngoba ngasuka ngibhayize mangathi ngilanda ngesizulu. Honorable Speaker, let me firstly thank Honorable Nodada for raising this critical question about government's commitment to BEE review. Honorable Nodada, indeed, during the second Frank Dialogue on the future of BEE in Durban, I highlighted that government is embarking on a two-phase review of the BEE framework led by Minister Pakstow and the DTIC. The review will occur in two phases. Firstly, it will be a short-term one and then a long-term review. The short-term review aims to refine and assess subordinate laws, including regulations, code of good conduct, guidelines, practice notes, which are under the minister's legislative authority. The long-term review is the prerogative of Parliament, which will involve the review of the BEE Act for substantive amendments. This process will also be supported by the BEE Commission and other oversight bodies to ensure credibility and enforcement. The review will focus on strengthening BEE by shifting from compliance to measurable outcomes. The review further aims to strengthen the execution of Section 9(2) of the South African Constitution, focusing on reimagining economic transformation and accelerating the participation of Black South Africans in the economy. Among other critical interventions, the review includes the following: improve the effectiveness of BEE implementation, strengthen implementation gaps and compliance, setting timelines for achievement of milestones, and lastly but not least, provide for a strong linkage between BEE and growth path and industrial policy. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let me reiterate this point, that without any fear of contradiction, abandoning BEE is not an option. Abandoning BEE would in truth be abandoning transformation. So BEE is a necessary tool for transformation, essential for achieving economic equality, and we're going to proceed to implement it. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Siyabonga, Sekela Mongameli. Isichibiyelo sombuzo wokuqala sizobuzwa ilungu elihloniphekile uMnumzana uBahrain.
Bahrain.
Leading government's business, Mr. Deputy President, whether the review of BEE will be alongside alternatives like the DA's Economic Inclusion for All Bill and the policy that creates most jobs and narrows inequality will be implemented.
Sekela Mongameli.
I was struggling to hear the Honorable Member, if he may repeat.
Okay, I'll ask him again.
If you can help me, Honorable Speaker, I was struggling to hear.
Honorable Member, if you can please repeat your question.
Thank you. Leading government's business, Mr. Deputy President, whether the review of BEE will be alongside alternatives like the DA's Economic Inclusion for All Bill and the policy that creates most jobs and narrows inequality will be implemented. Thank you.
Sekela Mongameli.
Okay, I've heard the Honorable Member now. Honorable Member, all the time when we review policies or legislation, we do have public hearings that takes place, and that is to enable all citizens who are interested to bring forth their suggestions, their comments. So if the DA has some clever ideas, you are allowed to bring them forward. We will look into them. If we think they don't make sense, we'll throw them away. But we'll give you a chance to bring them because I think it's only fair that we should hear how you think you are going to help us. And if they are good, I can assure you we will incorporate them as we do the review. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Ngiyabonga Sekela Mongameli. Ilungu elihloniphekile MC Tikhale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Deputy President, in light of the response provided regarding the plan to phase review of the broad-based Black economic empowerment framework, what measures will government put in place to ensure that the review not only evaluates the existing empowerment indicators and scorecard elements, but also addresses the practical challenges faced by the Black-owned businesses and emerging entrepreneurs in the assessing markets, finance, and procurement opportunities? Furthermore, Deputy President, will the review consider strengthening monitoring and enforcement mechanism to ensure that the broad-based Black economic empowerment compliance leads to tangible economic participation and ownership rather than purely administrative compliance.
Sekela Mongameli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dikale, you are correct. Often in the past, focus was what I would call administrative. We focus on compliance, we do score sheets and all of that, which is okay. But we have taken a decision that we need to shift to more empowerment approach where we look at the implementation of programs that really empower black businesses. So that's what we're going to look at to ensure that we look at some of the issues coming from the BBBE Commission, but to be able to emphasize that let's expand the measures that we are putting in place, but not end up focusing too much only on compliance, but also on implementation. Getting these businesses to be able to work to ensure that they have real projects, real businesses that they are running. We shouldn't end up only with compliance. As you say, it is administrative, yes. It helps us to see what is happening, where the challenges are, but we definitely need to expand and do much more to ensure that BBBE is really implemented in a real way. It's not just a paper thing. We need to go out there and see that these people are involved in real businesses, and they must be visible, those businesses. That will give us a sense of the progress we are making. But thank you very much for raising this matter sharply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Siyabonga ilunga ehloniphekile uNkwankwa.
DP, for us to clarify, the discussion is not about whether we need BEE. We do. The discussion is about whether or not we need it in its current form, which is what you are seeking to address. But ingxaki Sekela Mongameli sisoloko silila emngcwabeni orongo. Kuba ingxaki into basimane siyokhangela ukuthi abantu bano-owner u-10% no-5% we-businesses zabelungu. Ndawoni yoba si-address i-market concentration by making sure ukuthi sifaka abantu bethu bafundwe. In addition to this review, akufanelanga ke ngokusekela Mongameli kujongwe ukufundwa kwe-DFIs ezincedisa ufunda i-BE program so that our people can begin to control and own the means of production. Bangabe bolile emngcwabeni orongo. Enkosi.
Enkosi Sekela Mongameli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I agree with you, Honorable Member, that we do need to fund these agencies, departments that empowers the previously disadvantaged, particularly black people. But it's also important for us to be able to have reliable ways of ensuring that indeed those resources will go to these emerging businesses, these BBBE companies. One of the challenges we have to deal with very sharply is a question of fronting. So when people, as you say, people say you can get 10% here or 30% in this company, but sometimes that's not real empowerment. Some of the companies, we do it for compliance. So if you go to their books, you'll see that they have somebody maybe with an African name who's got 30% there. But really, that's where it ends. It's just a name. Sometimes the person doesn't even know. Or if they know, they think, oh, maybe I'll get something. And that's not empowerment. Empowerment must mean real involvement in business. Black people in this country must build enterprises, not be happy that I have 10% of a Van der Merwe business. We want to see black people building factories, building businesses, and not be happy with some 10% here, 20% here, which in most cases is not even real. It's just you are not a business person. So let's see entrepreneurs. That's why one of the things, Speaker, we are doing is to train young people to become entrepreneurs. And not go and queue for the 10% of, Van der Wald's business and all that. No, they'll start their businesses. We as government will make sure that the resources that are with our DFIs, our departments and agencies, must give these enterprises support to be able to run real businesses. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ngiyabonga Sekela Mongameli. Ilungu elihloniphekile elilandelayo ngombuzo walo ngu-Honorable Vizungula.
DP, given how the triple BE was intended to transform the economy, especially in light that over 90% of the country's economy is in white oligopolies. However, what you say is different from what is being practiced. IDC is currently exposed by Fezile Dlamini in that it funds white companies instead of black entrepreneurs. If you go to the PIC, it manages over 3.7 trillion in assets which are coming from black workers' pensions. However, less than 200 billion of that is invested in majority black-owned companies. Go to government spending. The government has got a budget of 2.7 trillion. Over 80% of that goes to big white companies. And black SMMEs are only getting less than 20%. So how do you reconcile what you say in speech versus what is practically happening? Because white companies are the biggest beneficiaries of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sekela Mongameli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, your observation is correct. Many of the funding institutions tend to fund listed companies. And we all know that on the Joburg Stock Exchange, most of those companies are white-owned businesses. We have looked into this matter and we're going to tighten the rules, particularly where we have control with the DFIs. You've mentioned some of them, to say you have to fund unlisted businesses as well. Because I know sometimes the argument will be, we want to grow the cake for our members of these pension funds and these investments. But we have to fund unlisted businesses, most of them emerging, most of them involved in infrastructure. If South Africa wants to drive growth through infrastructure, then resources must go also to companies that are not listed on the stock exchange. And that's a very important observation, that these resources are not finding their ways, and we need to tighten the regulations of these institutions. We have noticed that ourselves, and we are going to intervene to make sure that resources must support growth, and growth that is driven even by unlisted companies that are involved in infrastructure development, most of them or some of them owned by the previously disadvantaged in our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Siyabonga Sekela Mongameli. Umbuzo wokugcina kulolu hlelo uzobuzwa ilungu elihloniphekile uBahrain. Honorable Bahrain.
Mr. Deputy President, in your remarks at the dialogue on Triple BE, you also mentioned that the review into BE is aimed at reducing corruption. How is this not your admission of BE benefiting a select few, which the evidence confirms of R1 trillion circulating around 100 connected hands? Thank you.
Sekela Mongameli.
Mangbonge Somlom, Honorable Bahrain, the review of the Triple BE Act, amongst others, is to ensure that we broaden participation. Of course, also deal with corrupt practices, but ultimately the goal is to expand. South Africans have been very concerned with the fact that the empowerment that we talk about is, benefiting a limited amount of people. It's a big concern. We need to ensure that we expand it. So when we come with initiatives, including the Transformation Fund that Minister Tau launched, we are targeting to reach many people in our country, particularly young entrepreneurs, women, people with disabilities, etc., so that we move away from this reality that has been observed that not many South Africans are benefiting from empowerment. And that's why you need to move away from this approach of equity to more supporting real businesses that are involved in projects. Because by doing so, you will then reach out to many, many other people. I'll tell you, as I conclude, that one of the challenges has been the Triple BE, or let's say even before, when it was just BE, the approach has been you go and buy shares in a company that is already operating. You don't get it for free. So in most cases, who will buy? Those who have money will go and buy 10% or the 20%. Government must create platforms for emerging businesses and ensure that they have access to funding, particularly from our DFIs, and the money must go into real businesses and not go and buy shares or a stake in someone's business that is already dying. You waste your money. We must give them money to go and start businesses and run real businesses. So I agree, but we need to make sure that we tighten up when we do this review so that we deal with corrupt practices, but let us expand resources to people who want to run real businesses, create jobs in this country, and empower our young people. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. We now move to question 3, which has been asked by Honorable SMN Mkwena Zondi. The question is whether, considering his role as chairperson of the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cabinet Committee, in the light of the persistent increase in violent crime, unresolved intelligence failures, and persistent dysfunction in coordination between the Department of Police, Justice and Constitutional Development, Home Affairs, and Defense and Military Veterans, the JCPS committee under his leadership has met any of its publicly stated targets in the past 12 months. If not, what targets were not met, and what are the reasons that the targets were not met? If so, what empirical evidence can he provide in relation to the recent crime statistics released by the SA Police Service. Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mokoena Zondi is raising a very important matter which concerns all of us regarding the persistent levels of crime in the country, but also persistent dysfunction in coordination between those departments or agencies that are supposed to lead us in tackling this. Honorable Speaker, violent crime remains a grave concern for all South Africans. The JCPS continue to monitor implementation of targets that have been set. Current statistics show that there is visible progress in some areas. Conviction rates for sexual offenses now exceed 77%. Joint operations like Operation Shaniela 2 and Operation Prosper, targeting illegal mining and gangsterism, have resulted in arrests and prosecution. We are strengthening intelligence-led policing and modernizing the justice system to restore safety and trust. In this regard, the JCPS Cabinet Committee will continue to coordinate several strategies that are aligned to the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029, which prioritizes strengthening the criminal justice system, improving coordination to ensure effectiveness in policing and reducing violent crime. The recent crime statistics released by SABC indicate that while some improvements have been recorded in certain categories of crime, overall, levels of crime remain a serious concern, requiring sustainable and coordinated action across government. Government has decided to recruit additional 20,000 new police officers. President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced the deployment of members of the South African National Defence Force for service in cooperation with the South African Police. This deployment serves to prevent and combat crime and support and preserve law and order under Operation Prosper, which is targeting, as I said earlier, illegal mining and gangsterism. The deployed members of SANDF will assist the South African Police to prevent and combat illegal mining and gangsterism in provinces like Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, Northwest, and the Western Cape. The JCPS Cabinet Committee is focused on improving interdepartmental coordination, which of course you have identified as one of the big challenges. We are enhancing intelligence-led policing and modernizing the criminal justice system. We will, Honorable Speaker, continue to implement targeted measures to reduce violent crime and enhance community safety and security. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Chief Whip of the MK Party, Honorable Mokoena Zondi.
Honorable Deputy President, the July 2021 unrest and looting laid bare the critical failures in intelligence coordination and the apparent inability of the National Security Council to convene at a moment of national crisis. Can you outline how the JCPS cluster, which is under your leadership, has remedied these deficiencies? Okunye, esifuna ukwazi ukuthi what indicators, if any, of improved intelligence integration and early warning capabilities and interagency coordination have you or can you present to assure this House that the state is now institutionally equipped to prevent such failures from ever occurring again? Thank you.
Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Zuma, as I said earlier,
Zondi.
Honorable Zondi.
Apologies.
We are going to promote.
You must say you like the old man.
We suppose.
You just like the old man.
Order, order.
Honorable
You did not
Zondi,
ask for the point of order.
we have noticed, or let me start from where you started, that with the July unrest, I think it was clear that the lack of intelligence-led policing was clear that it was not there. So in the JCPS, we do have the police, we have the army, SANDF, correctional services, and all other agencies. So the security cluster has the intelligence apparatus there. So when we plan on the basis of intelligence. And as I emphasized in my answer earlier, is that we have now decided that our policing must be intelligence driven to ensure that we are successful in combating crime. I don't have indicators now that shows the success of this, but we would, when we do our review next time, we will be able to see the success story of this approach. But it is a correct approach. Otherwise, you're shooting in the dark. So policing must be intelligence driven, and it is now the approach that we are using, not only the South African police, but the entire JCPS cluster has prioritized this matter. And every time when we meet, we get reports on what's happening in the country, proper reports, so that when we deploy, we know that we're deploying at the right place, with the right levels of intervention, so that you don't send 2 police officers when you should be sending 10. That's the approach we are taking. Or you send 10 when you should be sending 2. So we welcome your emphasis on this matter of intelligence-driven policing. That's what we are doing now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Mr. M.S. Chavane.
Deputy President, thank you very much for comprehensive report. Deputy President, South Africans have noted that a recent crime statistic released by the South African Police Service has recorded a marginal decline in most of the crime indicators. And amongst the crime indicators, as you've indicated, Deputy President, is a successful breakthrough by the SIU in relation to fraudulent documents issued by Home Affairs, including work permits, work visas. And these indicators have make sure that part of among the ANC priorities is to fight against crime and corruption. Deputy President, how will government build on these gains through implementation of the National Organized Crime Strategy in more coordinated and integrated manner across law enforcement agency and intelligence agencies?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honorable Chabani, iswendlisa sweswo. This thing are intelligent driven. Ita ifuna ngopfu ku ri ilungisa leswi swa crime. When you look at border management control, you look at what we're doing in those areas, or ports of entry and so on, we are now emphasizing this approach, that we must be intelligence driven. You would know that, for instance, we are strengthening our work in home affairs on, how we deal with issues of documentation and so on. So there's a lot of work that is happening, and what is really required is integration. For us to be successful, the justice system must be integrated. Because otherwise we're going to have a challenge where police are successful, but when people get to courts to be prosecuted, and then they are let out easily back into the streets. So we are strengthening that. But lastly, something that we often take for granted is community participation. In the past, I'm sure many of you sitting here were involved in street committees and so on. The role of communities in fighting crime is very critical. But if you look at our CPFs these days, they are not being given priority. Many of us don't think they are important. But the communities must always be the eyes and ears of the police on the ground. There's no best intelligence you can get than the one you get from the community. They know them, they know where they stay, and let's strengthen that as well, working with our communities. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy President, you referred to targets and to crime statistics. However, a very alarming fact, as reported by Rape Crisis Cape Town Trust and other NGOs, is a significant underreporting of sexual offences and rape in particular, with only an estimated 7% of cases being reported, leaving almost 93% of cases unreported. This the ACDP finds concerning. Do you not agree, Honourable Deputy President, that this underreporting significantly skews crime statistics and that far more needs to be done to encourage rape victims to report those crimes and then to protect them from secondary victimization? Otherwise, those predators will escape justice and commit those crimes again. It doesn't help to have 77% conviction rate when only 7.7% of sexual offences are reported. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Swart, yes, it's important that we avoid underreporting. I was looking at the stats myself when I was looking at this question, but it was difficult to say whether it's underreporting. We're going to check it because we do need to get accurate information to be able to respond adequately. And this is a matter we'll discuss once we have evidence that in some categories of crimes, there is underreporting. It shouldn't be. The police, they may not have all the information they need. Obviously, with intelligence-driven, we'll begin to get more, but there will be an effort to ensure that we're as accurate as possible to be able to come with plans that will ensure that we respond adequately. And therefore, I take your concern seriously if you think that there's underreporting. We're going to look at it so that we are able to make sure that what we project to the communities, what we tell South Africans, is actually what it is. and therefore design intervention that brings them on board to work with us on addressing that reality. And it's important, but I've not noticed that completely, that they are underreporting, but I'll check it because they shouldn't underreport. So I will engage with them through the JCPS cluster. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Dr. M.A. Maimane.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy President, I'm glad you're talking about underreporting. Let me give you just one number. Of the 21 million cases that were reported last year, open cases that were open, only 61% of them were solved, and 13.2 million cases were closed without resolution. So our problem isn't just underreporting. It's the fact that the police don't have capacity. The fact is this: when I come into this parliament, there are 200 police officers here, VIP protectors. There are more police here than in any other police station in the country. The police themselves tell you that they are running short of over 2,300 detectives nationwide. But we protect the politicians and ignore the people. So my question to you, Deputy President, is whether or not, don't you think the 4 billion rand spent on VIP protection would be better spent giving capacity to the police? Let's help people rather than politicians. So, Mr. President, running for president, are you willing?
Time is up.
Are you willing
Order,
to direct
Honorable
resources to people than
Honorable
to the politicians?
Maimane, the Deputy President heard you, and maybe I can see you are trying to make a new application to go back to somewhere where you can express your voice on the other matters you've just said, but we're not there yet. Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mohaitsi Dumela. Aware Dumedi Sakaje. Honorable Speaker, there are areas in the country that are designated as key points areas, and therefore they need to remain guarded. I can look into your issue of whether members of parliament think that we guard you too much. But parliament is a very important institution. We had fire the other time in the old parliament, and many people were saying, where were the police? So we can't make that mistake. You see, when we are in this precinct here, and the President of the Republic is here, you cannot have the police. Members of parliament are here. You can't get out here and get marked outside of parliament. This is a very important institution, but if you say to me there's a shortage of police where we are fighting crime and all of them are sitting here, we'll look at it. But normally, when the commissioners of police deploy, they take into account the events, the institutions that are being guarded, etc., etc. So it's important that those institutions should have adequate police. I did say, Honorable Maimane, that we are now employing more. We have not reached the numbers that we need. The President has announced, you recall, previously 10,000, now 20,000. We still need more. So I agree with you. We need more police officers to be recruited and trained. And of course, we need to then deploy them into crime-fighting areas as much as we can. They need to be out there to fight crime and work with communities. Ke a leboga mogaetsho. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Honorable Mokoena Zondi.
Thank you, Deputy President. We as Umkhonto weSizwe find it quite deeply concerning that even after 5 years since the July 2021 unrest, you still have a response to say improvements needs to be made. Does this mean that the government of national unity is finally saying to its people, you have failed the country, you have failed to act with urgency required to secure our country? And if a similar threat occurred tomorrow, are you confident that the current system would respond differently? And if they fail, who accepts responsibility between yourself and the President? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Mangbonge, Honorable Zondi, bezega kahle manje. Maybe let me use this phrase. It might help me and you. Improvements are being made, not they are going to be made. So as I speak to you, we are busy. You are quite right to say if it happens again and you still say improvements are going to be made, we maybe find wanting. But I can assure you we are better prepared now. We are better prepared. Those improvements are rolling out. We are equipping. Intelligence is coming in. We will not be caught wanting or caught by surprise. So we have learned our lessons, and our security forces are more than ready to tackle any incident that may come up. But you know, South Africa is a big country, so I go back to the issue of you do need more police officers to deploy as much as we can. But Honorable Zondi, I can assure you that we are better prepared now to deal with the challenges. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Question number 4 has been asked by Honorable Dr. K.M.N. Gigaba. The question is given that he recently addressed a meeting on the future of broad-based black economic empowerment and its future role as an instrument of transformation, inclusive economic development and growth. What are the reasons that Triple B has remained marginal to the economy and failed to transform the economic landscape of the Republic? What mechanisms has the government put in place to ensure that the Triple B is utilized to drive the district development model for localization and industrialization in urban and rural areas? Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question raised by Honorable Gigaba is very important as it helps us to highlight the need for the review of broad-based black economic empowerment policy. We did speak about this earlier on in the first question. Honorable Speaker, Triple B has opened doors for many who were previously disadvantaged. Since 2021 to date, 94 billion rand has been invested in black-owned enterprises, with 72 billion rand in skills development and over 600 billion rand in share transactions. But of course, compliance remains a challenge. So I don't want us to gloat on these figures because we need to make sure that those resources are reaching as many people as possible. We are now strengthening regulations and stricter rules to ensure business compliance. However, we must now move, as I said earlier, from compliance to delivery, aligning Triple B with district development model, but also localization, industrialization, and empowerment that reach both urban and rural communities. These achievements indicate that empowerment is more than an abstract policy. It has been experienced through business growth, community upliftment, and national opportunity expansion, especially for young people in sectors like mining and finance. But despite this progress, the journey towards BBBE continues with the goal of enhancing its impact to permeate all societal levels. Hence, government is embarking on a two-phase review, as we said earlier, of the BBBE framework that I spoke to when answering Honorable Nodata. At the initiation of BBBE, or rather BBBE Act in 2003, and following its amendment in 2013, which established a framework for measuring the policy's implementation, the compliance rate was very robust at the time. However, recent monitoring by the BBBE Commission indicates a significant decline in compliance momentum. The peak number of compliance reports submitted by the commissions in 2019 were 5.818, and this figure has now drastically fallen below 1,500 reports in the current period. Therefore, the focus must shift from mere compliance to effective delivery, ensuring that rhetoric translates into measurable impact, so that we don't just measure the numbers, but we look at the impact of what the empowerment is doing. There is a need to align BBBE with broader industrial, fiscal, and competition policies, transform it from isolated efforts into a catalyst for inclusive growth. Furthermore, we must strengthen enforcement against practices like fronting. It is critical to combat this because it's economic sabotage. Empowerment efforts must be concrete, reflected in job creation, establishment of enterprises, opening of markets, and the significant involvement of women, youth, and people with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, government is accelerating the integration of BBBE into the district development model by incorporating empowerment into District 1 plans, funding black-owned enterprises, and emphasizing localization of SMEs. This alignment ensures that transformation occurs both in urban and rural areas through funding instruments and integrated in planning frameworks aimed at industrialization and service delivery. Lastly, through integration and collaboration, government, in partnership with the private sector, has introduced a transformation fund initiative. This initiative aims to unlock capital as part of a support package designed to grow black-owned enterprises and accelerate inclusive growth, because we know that often those who were previously disadvantaged, black people, when they start applying for funding to be able to start enterprises, many of those doors are closed. So we'll use the Transformation Fund as a mechanism to assist in this regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I've been informed that Honorable M.O. Siate will take the question.
Thank you, DP. Thank you, Speaker. My question will then be, how is government intending to introduce measurable indicators and time frames to strengthen monitoring of the impetus to transformative capacity of the triple BEE in changing the economic landscape and key economic sectors through comprehensive master plans and direct catalytic investments targeting municipalities in distress, especially in rural areas and provinces?
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Seate, for the follow-up. Indeed, government is already, we're not intending, we are already strengthening the transformative capacity of triple BEE. We are strengthening the indicators, particularly the measurable indicators are being strengthened already. And as you say, how will this review assist? We will recalibrate scoreboards to ensure that we emphasize, as I said earlier, actual, real ownership. We need to be able, when we say we are empowering, we must see people involved in businesses, not just looking at scoreboards. We must see the impact that here are these entrepreneurs who were funded, who were empowered. This is the business they are doing, this is what they are producing. These are people they are employing, and we are able to see concrete results in terms of empowerment. So yes, we're not intending, we're already doing it. We are making sure that we are strengthening, and will continue to give regular reports to this House to ensure that even the previous policies that were enacted previously, the Procurement Policy Framework Act and others, are being looked at currently to make sure that we strengthen all of them. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Dr. M.J. Berger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems as if where there is smoke, there's a questionable fire detection and suppression contract. When it comes to BEE, is not the 49 million rand Gauteng hospital contract awarded to your children not further proof that BEE stands for biased elite empowerment?
Deputy President.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. So I'm hearing him talking about a contract awarded to your children. I don't know what contract is that that he wants to deal with. But let me say this, Honorable Speaker, that what we are doing as government is to ensure that when we empower people, we do it properly, no corruption, no favoritism anywhere. If there are children of the DP somewhere who are being favored by some government department, I will oppose it myself. I will oppose it myself if I find out there's such a thing. At the moment, Honorable Member, there is no illegal, irregular contract which was ever allocated to my children that I know of. If you do have information, you can come and give it to me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The next supplementary question is Honorable M.V. Daniels.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Speaker. To the Honourable Deputy President, the question that I have on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance is not for political grandstanding, but in the interest of South Africa. Honourable Deputy President, to what extent do we accept that elite capture, fronting, and compliance-driven deal-making have weakened the transformative impact of BEE, and what concrete steps are being taken to redirect BEE benefits towards productive, broad-based participation rather than a narrow group of beneficiaries, for we do know and understand how true it is, the uncomfortable truth that fronting is real. Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Yes, Honourable Member, it is true that fronting is real, and that's why we are dealing with it. As we do this review, this is one of the problems. I did say earlier that I, liken it to economic sabotage. Because if people are fronting, it means they are not really in the economy. They are not doing the work. They are not building any businesses. They are sitting somewhere, but their names are used. So, in fact, it must be a crime that is treated seriously. So, as we review this as Parliament, let's tighten out these pieces of legislation to ensure that the penalties must be so strong that somebody must never be attracted to get involved in fronting. We want people to run real businesses and ensure that we can measure that they run businesses, not do a desktop analysis and say, oh, yeah, there are so many blacks who are involved in this, they own these businesses, but we don't see it. We need to see those businesses, and we're going to have DTIC and other government departments must go out and ensure that they do have officers who go out to these businesses and see if indeed they are run by black people, as they say. So I agree with you that we must eliminate fronting. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honourable Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Blessings to this Honourable House and blessings to the Honourable Deputy President. Honourable Deputy President, what measurable outcomes and accountability frameworks are currently in place to assess whether BEE initiatives within the district development model are effectively translating into tangible local industrial growth, job creation, and equitable participation of historically disadvantaged communities across both urban and rural districts? I thank you.
Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. I did say earlier that we are currently integrating BEE into our development model, particularly the one plans. The good thing with that, because these are plans that are being implemented, you're going to see real results. That yes, these entrepreneurs, these businesses are involved in implementing these projects, these plans, and you are able to measure that concretely. So yes, we will continue to do scorecards and look at compliance, but the best measurable instruments for me is where people are involved in real businesses. Even if government has to have, officers, whether it's from the Labour Department or DTIC, who go out into businesses to check what is really happening rather than relying on reports. That will help us a lot. And because with the DDM, we are out there as a rule of government, it's even much better. Whenever I go out on the work of the DDM, I meet with premiers, MECs, mayors, and MMCs, and city managers, DGs, the whole of government. So it should be easy to measure progress in that regard, to say, we have given this company work to construct the road. They say they are a BE company. Where are they? When we go out there, we must look for that. And where is the road? So that you don't sit in head office and people send you a report that we have built the road, but the road is not there. Or it was built by a black economic empowerment company, but in reality it's not there. So the DDM is going to help us because we are on the ground, we can see, we can meet people, we can question, and we'll make sure that our measures are real and real time, and we talk about what we see. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable M.O. Siate. Oh, sorry. Honorable Mkalipi. Deputy President, you can take a seat. There's a point of order.
But Madam Speaker, there is no DDM. There's nothing. This thing was introduced in 2019. 7 years later, there's no DDM.
Honorable Mkalipi, can you ask that question formally, not just ask it when you are not on the speaker's, list? I note it, but again, let's just respect the rules. Deputy President. Sorry, Honorable Siate.
I ignore Honorable Mkalipi today. Yes, Honorable.
DP, Machabeng local municipality is another classical case of National Treasury and DWS interventions to strengthen capacity and resources. 44 billion was disbursed through RBI grants, with Val Central being implementing agency, Val Central monitoring and assessing themselves and their progress. DP, clearly here localization, industrialization and inclusive economic growth is unlikely to be actualized on infrastructure just basing on water, something as basic as that. Would you have any different model of accountability, of monitoring, and just a tracing model of how you return the investment in all this infrastructure development on all the master plans? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Siat. Did you say Machabeng? Machabeng, that's in the Free State. Okay. One of the things that we are doing now as national government is to prioritize intervention in municipalities. We use the phrase fix local government because we have realized that there are a lot of challenges in municipalities. Some of them, you give them grants, they spend them on what was not intended for, and sometimes they don't spend at all, and come end of the financial year, the money has to be returned to Treasury and delivery doesn't take place. So Machabeng will probably be one of the municipalities that will be put on our radar screen as we intervene in local government to be able to look at how they are spending their resources and so on. So I take your concern that your understanding of that municipality is that what they say they are going to do may not be done. So we'll immediately focus on them as well. There are about 100 and so municipalities that we are going to look at. when we meet, I did say on the issue of water, when we meet next Tuesday, we are looking at the municipalities. But we are also going to look at them beyond water, beyond electricity, just service delivery broadly. Must be something that worry us when we look at what municipalities are doing. So I will put Machabeng on the list. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Honorable members, let me remind you once again, we are not allowed to eat so openly in the House. That's why we have got a space for refreshment behind the screens of the dome. I now see members, they go there, they buy, they come back and even put it on the table. I've seen even some power raids. I won't say who they are, but our members. Can we please just try to manage? Let's not point. Order, honorable members. Just behind you, Honorable Mkalipi, I saw a power raid. The person who's raising the hands up, I have seen, she just went down. But honorable members, seriously, let me just remind you once again about what we need to do. I understand you may be wanting to snack. The Honorable Matasha, thank you. There is a place where we can snack at the back and then come back. Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's a very important point that you are raising, because this was raised in the Chief Whip Forum meeting. And it is now the responsibility of the Chief Whips to ensure that it doesn't take place for the same reasons that you have cited. If it is Honorable
Thank you, honorable members.
If it is Honorable Mtasha, then...
that is why I was reminding all the members, and I'm sure the Chief Whips will take the necessary responsibility as they must. The next question, question 5, has been asked by Honorable J.S. Malima. The question is with reference to his capacity as the Special Envoy to Sudan. What is the scope or extent of his mandate in relation to the resolution of the violent conflict in the region, and has he found what is required from both the South African government and African Union to resolve the crisis in Sudan? Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank Honorable Malema for raising the issue of dealing with conflict in our continent. At the moment, Honorable Speaker, I am a special envoy of President Ramaphosa focusing on the conflict in South Sudan. My mandate is to support the implementation of the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, what we refer to as the RACs. South Africa, along the AU and IGAD, is a guarantor of this process. The C5 is tasked with leading the process. Now, the C5 is made out of South Africa, which is chairing at the moment, Algeria, Chad, Nigeria, and Rwanda. It was established by a resolution of the AU Peace and Security Council on the 5th of December 2014. The C5 called for cessation of hostilities, release of detainees, and inclusive dialogue. Ultimately, the peace process in South Sudan depends on the political will of its leaders for the implementation of the revitalized agreement. Our role is to support them and not substitute their responsibility. Since I assumed the role of Special Envoy in South Sudan and in pursuit of the peace process, I've undertaken 2 working visits already to Juba, and the most recent was October last year. But when I went there in 2024, I met all the belligerent parties, including a meeting with President Salva Kiir Mayardit. Myself and Minister Naledi Pandor at the time held a meeting with the head of the UN mission in South Sudan, Mr. Nicholas Haysom. I was informed, sadly, Honorable Speaker, that he passed on yesterday. A great South African who was committed to democracy and peace in our continent. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Speaker, we subsequently, with Minister Pandor at the time, held 15 more meetings with other parties during the 4 days we spent in Juba. We were convinced that we are making good progress when we were hopeful that they will hold democratic elections at the end of this year. However, in January this year, fighting erupted once again amongst the belligerent forces and intensified early this month as well, leading to the displacement of 280 people in what they call Jonglei State. The latest fighting is yet another illustration of the complexity of the search for peace in South Sudan. In January this year, Minister Lamula also led a ministerial delegation of the C5 countries that I mentioned to Juba. This meeting was followed in February this year by a C5 Heads of State Summit, which was chaired by President Ramaphosa on the margins of the African Union Summit. The summit was also attended by representatives of the UN Secretary General, and the summit then reiterated once more the call for cessation of hostilities, consideration for the release of the first vice president. When I went to Juba last year, I wanted to see Vice President Riek Machar, but he was house arrested and charged and appearing in court. And there are others as well who are charged with him. So the leaders have asked for the release of Dr. Machar, who's the first vice president. They've also asked for the promotion of inclusive political dialogue and the creation of a conducive political and security environment necessary for the holding of elections. Last year, all the parties agreed that they will come to South Africa. We can host them for a dialogue, including with the president. So we will be following that up when we engage with them again. Let me also say, Honorable Speaker, that South Africa will also utilize its role on the African Union Peace and Security Council, which we will be holding from 1st of April to March 2028, to mobilize diplomatic and political, technical, and financial assistance required to support South Sudan to hold credible, free and fair elections. Honorable Speaker, we recognize the depth of humanitarian crisis precipitated by the conflict in Sudan as well. To this end, we intend to engage the neighborhoods, wider international community and various non-state actors and NGOs for a coordinated response to the unfolding humanitarian crisis, which is also exacerbated by the civil war that also is taking place in South Sudan. I recently met with the regional leadership of the International Committee of the Red Cross and will continue to engage them on the efforts they are undertaking to respond to this problem, not only of South Sudan, but of the entire Sudan, as we all can see. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, to resolve this conflict, it is incumbent upon the broad leadership of South Sudan to demonstrate the requisite political will and responsible leadership necessary to implement the revitalized agreement that they have signed. Achieving this will require mutual trust, the cultivation and promotion of political consensus to implement the provisions of the revitalized agreement. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy President. The first supplementary question will be taken care of by the Honourable Mente on behalf of the Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, the displacement of the people of Sudan is understated as per your answer. It's actually 11 million people that have been internally displaced. And also 4.5 million people have fled the country Sudan to the neighboring countries, which then is placing a heavy strain and an over-concentration in the refugee camps. This also has deepened the humanitarian crisis, which needs the countries that are hosting to put more in terms of humanitarian aid. But most importantly, Deputy President, is that some of the internal camps where the 11 million people are, especially in the area of Darfur, people are dying. They have shortages of food, they have shortages of water, the high mortality rate amongst children, and the malnutrition of children, and they are dying every day. There's also issues of cholera that is outbreaking, and there's very limited access of the NGOs. I hear you are mentioning the Red Cross, but they don't have access there due to the civil war. Now my question is, what are the believable and tangible interventions which the AU is putting to remedy this situation, along with the C5? We can have the agreement that they pull out and come in and revive, but at the moment, there's a huge crisis. What are the believable remedies? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Mente. You are quite right that you say I underestimated the problem. No, in fact, let me put it this way. The President appointed me as a special envoy to deal with South Sudan, not the Sudan as a whole. Now, the challenge with the question from Honorable Malema obviously is focusing on the Sudan. My worry in replying the way you think I should have is that I was going to give an academic reply. You know, when you read books and stuff, I can give you that answer, 11 million people, but I have not arrived there because I was not tasked to deal with the Sudan. But I accepted the fact that it is something the AU should look at. Remember, the Sudan is also part of the AU. Both of them, even after the liberation of South Sudan, to separate from Sudan, but they are both in the AU. And therefore, I'm convinced that the leadership of IGAD and the C5 will look into the matter, but I didn't want to reply on Sudan when I've not dealt with it, because otherwise I was going to give you an academic reply of what I've read in the books. Should the president ask me then to go beyond South Sudan and look at the Sudan, I will then be able to answer accurately. Because I think it's important that when we give answers to Parliament, we don't tell them what we read in the books. It must be real work that we do. But your concern is taken. You will see that in my answer there, even though I dealt mainly with South Sudan, I do say in this paragraph here, let me just go back to it quickly. I won't take a lot of time, Honorable Speaker. I do say here that we recognize the depth of the humanitarian crisis precipitated by the conflict in that region, and we do intend to engage a number of neighboring countries and also some of the international community, including the International Committee of the Red Cross, because we are looking at the humanitarian suffering that is happening in the Sudan itself. So perhaps in the next round of us coming back here, we would then be able to give you more concrete information about the Sudan itself, beyond the work we are doing in South Sudan. I'll discuss with Minister and the President to say how do we deal with that situation, because we won't close our eyes and say, no, we are busy with South Sudan, those one can wait. But we do need the leadership of the continent. So it's a matter, I think, that must serve in the AU. The leadership of the AU must look at it and say how they want us to take forward. But thank you very much for that concern. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, in January 2024, the President met with the leader of Sudan's Rapid Support Forces to find a resolution to the Sudanese civil war. But in October last year, the RSF embarked on what human rights organizations refer to as summary executions, ethnic cleansing, and acts of genocide, as it massacred some 2,000 individuals, including women, children, and the elderly. By subsequently ignoring the clear evidence of ethnic erasure and failing to address the RSF's genocidal intent, South Africa once again comes across as hypocritical, given its response to similar conflicts in other parts of the world. Will the Presidency now do the right thing and condemn the Rapid Support Forces for their genocidal actions and commit South Africa to playing as active a role in ending this ethnic conflict as it has in other regions outside of Africa?
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Yes, Honourable Smith, the President will never ignore genocide and the sufferings of people. What we need to do is to make sure that the intervention in the Sudan must be the intervention of the AU. And to the extent that all of us are concerned, obviously we will ensure that the leaders in the AU look into the matter. 11 million people displaced, there's hunger and malnutrition, and so it is compelling that the EU should really look into the matter, and I'm sure the President will engage with the other leaders in the AU to ensure that we look at the situation in the Sudan. We will not ignore that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, many conflicts on the African continent, including the ongoing crisis in Sudan and South Sudan, are increasingly linked to geopolitical competition over strategic resources and spheres of influence, even from outside forces. As a Pan-Africanist organization committed to African peace and sovereignty, the MK Party believes Africa must guard against situations where external powers exploit instability for strategic gain. In your engagement as Special Envoy, what steps is South Africa taking within the African Union to ensure that the peace process in Sudan is firmly African-led, insulated from external geopolitical manipulation, and focused on a negotiated settlement that protects Sudan's sovereignty and long-term stability? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Douglas, for the follow-up. The resolution of conflicts in the continent of Africa is led by the African leaders as we speak. As I said, the AU is involved, C5, IGAT, all of them there. But your observation is also correct that the other forces are there. When I was in South Sudan, there were people from the US and Europe and so on. So you find them there because they've got interest in the minerals. That's what it's all about. In South Sudan is rich with oil. The Sudan is, many of the African countries have minerals. And some of these people, unlike us in the South, when they get involved to resolve conflict, is about what they can get out of the minerals of those countries. So you are quite right that we need to guard against that and ensure that the resolutions of this conflict must be us who drive them, who make sure that they are resolved, and we resolve them for the interests of Africans. Because these others, they want to take. You'll see now what's happening in the DRC and all those countries. When these other forces come in, no sooner they are there, they are looking at what to take. So I agree with you that let's intensify the leadership of the African leaders to resolve this conflict and make sure that the resources of the African countries, the minerals and everything must be for the benefit of Africans. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you very, very much, Honourable Speaker.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and Honourable Deputy President. Just two remarks around the question itself and response to it. I think it seems to me that the EFF didn't make an error when they asked about Sudan rather than South Sudan. Maybe it is because of the Pan-Africanist inclination to try and deny that the colonial borders have been changed and that the new state came into existence. And then also I see the un-African bias even by South Africa in a humanitarian crisis of this magnitude, not getting the attention than other similar or less serious circumstances elsewhere in the world. But what I would like to know from you is in terms of the formation of the state of South Sudan as a state liberated from Sudanese domination, how would you justify that in the light of the African Union's
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
On colonial borders?
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Member, I did say earlier that Sudan is part of the AU. So they are part of the AU. The reason why I didn't give a detailed response on the Sudan is because I'm not working on that yet. My responsibility for now ends in South Sudan. Not that I don't want to deal with it, but so far I'm delegated to deal with South Sudan. That's why I was saying that I shouldn't answer questions on the Sudan as if I'm working on the problems there. Until such time the President says, deal with the Sudan as a whole as well. Otherwise, I can give you a report about the Sudan, the conflict there, and what has been happening until South Sudan got independent from the Sudan in 2011, and the fight of the RSF and so on. But it will be what I read. I don't think you are interested in what I read. You are interested in the work I do. And so far my work ends in South Sudan. It might well be that the AU leaders will say, Deputy President of South Africa, now move over and engage the conflicting parties in the Sudan as well. But I'm saying that we are concerned as well about the humanitarian suffering there, the displacement of people. So I think it's something the AU leaders will be looking at, I'm sure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mente.
Siyabulela. No, Deputy President, ungaba hoyiwe nonyana baka Fairwood. Xa besizama nge-Pan-Africanism. Sawubathatha sibabeke. Bangaba khona kwi-GNU, are not part of that. Since you are mentioning that the AU is still busy with the matter, I want to propose to you, Deputy President, that consider a recommendation to IDERCO that it must use the African Renaissance as well as the International Cooperation Fund to look into providing the humanitarian aid to the victims in Sudan so that they can have access to food, water, and especially medical care. But also I want to check, why was such an idea never explored during your intervention, even with the South Sudan? As well as we have an issue. IDERCO yesterday
Honourable Mente,
came
your time
to
has expired.
the IR committee and said there is peace in Sudan, they are ready for elections. Yet we are hearing something else today. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Lawyer, Honourable Member, I understand the Pan-Africanism. That's why I didn't comment on it. It's just displaced. The issue you are raising is, of course, important about how do we deal with the humanitarian crisis. With respect to South Sudan, we are already tapping into the African Renaissance Fund. You are saying extend it to the Sudan as well. It's something that I'll discuss with the President because it has to go to the leadership of the AU to look into that. But there may be also other resources that we may be able to tap with. But as I said earlier, abanye bafika nama agenda wabo. Banayo imali kodwa we need to be careful because when we take their money, something must give. So we'll need to be careful, but we will take that proposal forward. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The last question has been asked by the Honourable Hadebe. The question is with reference to his participation and his keynote address at the South African Youth Economic Council 4th Annual Mining Indaba Business Dialogue. What are the full details of the concrete resolutions or commitments that emerged regarding critical minerals beneficiation, inclusive ownership and youth participation in the mining value chain, and implementation plans that are in place to ensure that the Republic moves decisively from exporting raw minerals to building competitive local industries that create sustainable jobs and broaden ownership? The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me thank Honourable Khatebe for making sure that we remain focused on issues of the youth. On the 11th of February this year, Minister Stella Ndabeni delivered a keynote address on my behalf at the 4th Annual Mining Indaba Business Dialogue convened by the South African Youth Economic Council, SAYEC, a youth-led non-profit organization that is advocating youth inclusion in South Africa's strategic economic sectors. SAYEC Mining Indaba Business Dialogue resolved that South Africa must move away from raw mineral exports and focus on sustainable job-creating beneficiation strategies, inclusive ownership and youth participation in mining value chain. Through the critical mineral strategy, beneficiation hubs and youth incubation programs, we are building industries in platinum, manganese, and vanadium that will power electric vehicles and clean energy. This is about jobs, ownership, and future where young South Africans will continue and lead in the mining value chain. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we agree with the outcomes of this youth mining indaba. We will continue to work with them to ensure that these outcomes are realized. Together with SAYEC, we agree that critical minerals or critical minerals beneficiation is a national priority. As such, this must be supported by a commitment to expanding local smelting, refining, and advanced manufacturing capacity so that youth-owned enterprises can benefit in this regard. Furthermore, participants recognize that unlocking the full value of South Africa's mineral endowment requires a coordinated public-private partnership, policy certainty, and improve regulatory efficiency. In respect of implementation plans, measures are in place to ensure decisive movement from exporting raw minerals to building competitive local industries. The government is implementing a critical minerals and metal strategy that was approved by Cabinet in May last year, and the exploration implementation plan aiming to transform from raw mineral exports to local beneficiation, high-tech manufacturing, and increased local ownership. The critical minerals and metal strategy is aligned with national efforts to drive industrialization, promote inclusive growth, and enhance the country's contribution to global clean energy supply chains, including, as I said earlier, electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cells, and also battery storage. Furthermore, the special economic zones dedicated to mineral beneficiations will be expanded, offering tax incentives and infrastructure support. Public-private partnership will co-invest in beneficiation plans. Government is also implementing procurement reforms and enterprise development programs that are aimed at expanding market access for youth-owned businesses in both the public and the private sectors. These measures are aligned with broader industrial policy efforts to promote local beneficiation, strengthen supply development, and broaden participation in the mining economy. Lastly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as government, we are also rolling out technical training programs through TVET colleges and universities directly linked to beneficiation industries. These include mining engineering diplomas, beneficiation academies, and professional certificates in mineral beneficiation, all designed to link directly to the country's industrialization agenda. Through these coordinated interventions, government remains committed to ensuring that South Africa builds diversified mineral value chains that create sustainable jobs, expand industrial capacity, and broaden economic ownership, particularly amongst the youth of our country. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Khadebe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, thank you for the response. My follow-up question is, given the persistent barriers faced by young people in accessing opportunities in the mining sector, what specific interventions will the Deputy President champion to improve access to funding? I'm happy the Deputy President mentioned rolling out technical skills, but my question is specific on historically marginalized and mining-affected communities. I thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Khadebe, one of the things I mentioned earlier was that the Minister of DTIC, Minister Pakstau, launched the Transformation Fund. Amongst others, we want these resources to be accessed by young people in our country. There are also programs in the presidency that are driven from there that ensures that young people have access to economic opportunities, to funding, and make sure that they can expand their businesses. So we will continue to work with SAEC to ensure that the decision they take and that they took at this youth mining Indaba are implemented, because it's one sector where we want young entrepreneurs to go into. Sectors like mining and finance have been inaccessible to young people, youth entrepreneurs, and therefore we will ensure that they have access to funding to be able to play a role in sectors like those. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sapu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, in reference to the resolutions and the implementation plan that you just articulated, which is clear and practical. Now my question is, how does then the government plan to engage and collaborate with youth structures and key role players within the industry, and how does these plans that you just articulated are going to be monitored to ensure that they become impactful and effective to the young people that are struggling to access the sector that you spoke about? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Sapo, yes, as I said, we will continue to work with SAEC. We've also agreed on the expansion of what we call phase 2 of the Junior Mining Exploration Fund, that it should be made available in this regard for this purpose to support these young entrepreneurs. So we will expand funding opportunities, because one of the big challenges in mining is obviously exploration, which is very costly. That's why you don't find quick entry into the mining sector by black companies or even triple B companies because of the costs involved. So we need to make sure that they get access to this fund as well, to be able to go into this. And we will also look at the mining charters and see how we can explore the provisions there to make sure that we bring more youth entrepreneurs into the sector. So we are exploring all that, and as I said, we're working very closely with them because they are tackling a very challenging industry, or a sector rather, and therefore they are going to need a lot of support from government to be able to be successful in that sector. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy President, we will only be able to build competitive industries through beneficiation if we meet two conditions. Those conditions are that we have sufficient competitively priced electricity and that those industries are sustainable and profitable. What evidence do you, Mr. Deputy President, have that demonstrates that either of these conditions are in place? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the follow-up, Honourable Michalakis. Yes, for industries to succeed, they do need reliable energy, reliable water, reliable infrastructure. I'm quite pleased that somehow we have been able to resolve the challenges of electricity. You know, we can't say for sure that we'll never have this problem again, but where we are now, we are about 70% or more of energy reliability factor. And therefore, we, quite comfortable that many of the industries that we want to see thriving will be able to do so. Of course, one of the issues, Honourable Member, that we are dealing with is the price of electricity. As you know, particularly the refineries, those kind of businesses consume a lot of electricity, and they are the ones who have been really complaining about the high price of electricity. But we know that the Minister, through ESCOM, made some concessions for those industries so that they must continue to invest in South Africa and create jobs. So the foundation is there to ensure sustainable growth by ensuring that there is reliable energy supply. We must just sort out the water challenge. There's a lot of investments now in our infrastructure. We are sorting out the ports, the rail, the roads, and so on. So I'm quite convinced that where we are in terms of pushing for growth, a lot of those elements are in place. And not 100%, but I think we're on the road to real recovery in the economy because, amongst others, we have sorted out the energy problem. And we are now going to move with speed to ensure that we deal with the water crisis as well. We are moving on the other sectors as well. Once those things are in place, surely the investors should come in and invest in these sectors. I know that some of the refining companies were saying, oh, we're going to leave because electricity is expensive. We have given them concession. Now they should stay and invest, and we will attend to the other challenges. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Lonzi.
Good afternoon, Deputy President.
Good afternoon.
I had prepared a supplementary, but I think when you mentioned the issue of TVET colleges and mining colleges,
yes,
it triggered me because a few weeks back the EFF had presented a motion before this Parliament to deal with the issue of the lack of space in post-secondary education. We've got many young people who are passing matric, but they are not finding themselves in universities, in TVET colleges, and even these mining colleges that you're talking about, and agricultural colleges. And we said to this House, why don't we mandate Parliament to investigate the lack of space in post-secondary education? Give it timelines, give it terms of reference, so that it can come back to this House and say, how can we find a long-lasting solution to this problem of people that pass matric but don't get into post-secondary education? Is that something that the Deputy President can be able to join us on that call, so that collectively we can rally behind ensuring that once people pass matric, they must find themselves in post-secondary education, whether it's university, whether it's a college, whether it's a TVET college, whether it's a mining college, or any other skills center. Thank you, Deputy President.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. I don't know if Honourable Manamela is here. I don't see him. In January this year, myself and the President met with Honourable Manamela and the Deputy Minister of Higher Education. And one of the things we discussed was exactly that. And Honourable Manamela, I'm sure, will confirm to you that the President said before he left there, go and build more universities and colleges. So that directive is out. So please engage him and check him how far he is. But the directive is out because we were concerned, as you are, that we now have a different problem. In the past, we were worried that, we don't have our children in colleges and universities. Now they've come up. And we can't have a situation where we can't provide that space. So it has been done. The directive has been out from the President. Obviously, to build a college and university, obviously, might take 2 years. So in the meantime, might be to create space through other means that can be done. I know in other universities, they would create, those things that you can build quicker, temporarily whilst you are building. But definitely, South Africa needs more universities and colleges. Our children are out there in big numbers. They want to learn. We shall not disappoint them. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, how will the government ensure that South Africa leverages its critical minerals not just for exports, but to establish domestic industries such as battery manufacturing that provide long-term, high-quality jobs for youth, particularly in mining-impacted regions? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Obviously, one of the things we need to do, Honorable Khatebe, is that we need to ensure we have requisite skills because we have been an extracting economy, taking out critical minerals to other countries. We didn't put more efforts in building skills. So we are now doing that because when you ask people, why are you not beneficiating? They will say, well, we don't have the skills. So we take out the minerals, we send them to other countries, and we buy finished goods. We have now decided, no, let's benefit from our own minerals. Therefore, we need to ensure we have the skills to produce finished goods and export finished goods. Obviously, in the short term, you may not have all the skills that you need, but those companies that can produce those goods, they have those technologies, should come and invest here in South Africa, create jobs here, so that we can export finished goods. So this is our approach now, that move away from extracting and exporting and make sure that we beneficiate, we strengthen localization, and whilst we bring other companies that have expertise, we also build local expertise. We train, we make sure that particularly the youth have the skills that are required by the modern economy. That's what we are doing. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
That concludes questions to the Deputy President, and I thank the Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable members. You have been a very good audience. Thank you so much.
Long live the DP!
Order, honourable members. The last item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Dr. M.A. Maimane on the escalating crisis in the Middle East following the recent US attack on Iran and the implications this has on South Africa. I now recognize the Honourable Maimane.
Honourable members, Bagaitsu Dumelang. Today we sit and consider this urgent debate about a crisis that is unfolding in the Middle East, which is fast becoming a South African crisis. A crisis that has got far-reaching ramifications and ultimately a reset of our geopolitics. Honourable members, the question we should ask ourselves today is, whose interests are we here to serve? Are we here to serve the interests of South Africans, or do we have other interests? I begin really my debate today with the words by Kwame Nkrumah, who said, we faced neither east nor west, we faced forward. It was a statement born out of liberation, not only born out of liberation, but also out of wisdom. His words were visionary. They asked us the question, in the midst of geopolitical realignment, which way should we face? And today I would argue we need to face forward. The second are the words by President Nelson Mandela, who said our foreign policy must be based on human rights and trade. And so when you consider the question then of human rights, and then you say to yourself, South Africa has a long history of human rights. I have, in my engagements, engaged women in Iran and many parts. And they all have spoken about the nature of regimes that have oppressed them. Yet it amazes me that us as South Africans, whose constitution upholds human rights, we will stand with people who violate human rights. Fellow South Africans, we need the consistency of message that says to us, whatever the atrocity is, we must stand up for human rights We must be consistent, whether in Syria, whether in Iran, whether in Yemen, on any other parts. Secondly, the question then becomes about trade. We have a significant trade with the United States. It exceeds over 20 billion rands annually, while AGOA-related exports exceed more than 3.5 billion in economic activity. I'm glad Minister Tau is in this debate because we need to urgently find a trade deal between us and the United States. Honorable members, this question asks all of us who stand for human rights, who sit at the center, to say we will not be hypocritical when we take the stance. If you take a view that says you are non-aligned, you need to stand up for that principle. So as I bring this debate, honorable members, I want to urge us strongly to consider the three responsibilities we have, the oversight we can provide. On the first, we need to answer the question, for South Africans who are in the region, is our foreign missions helping them return home safely and ultimately making sure that the choices they can exercise are best supported by us? We cannot afford indecision or inaction at moments such as this one. I ask that our agencies and our foreign missions must respond. Secondly, honorable members, we need to speak strongly about the economic consequences of this issue. What is a conflict in the Middle East is going to be a conflict here. We are a net importer of crude oil. It's already at $103 per barrel and ultimately is poised to increase. Our currency has weakened now to 16.73, meaning that effectively in the month of April, we face the potential of fuel and diesel rising up by 4 rand and 7 rand respectively. So ultimately, honorable members, citizens are going to feel this in their pockets. They're going to know the inflationary pressure. It's in the taxi fares, it's in the bus fares, it's in the food they eat. I want to say, honorable members, if we are serious about protecting our people, let us take the court judgment on VAT and say this House has the right to delay the implementation of the fuel levy that has been increased so that we can shield consumers from administered cost and lessen the burden of inflation on citizens. Thirdly, honorable members, we must be willing to stand up and condemn wrong when it's done. We must be a rule-based culture and we must stand up for international legislation. Fellow South Africans, let me raise this urgent matter that I believe can no longer be delayed. South Africa needs a US, an ambassador to the United States, and needs one quickly. I want to call on the President to act urgently and appoint a competent South African to represent our interests and have a permanent place so that we can settle a trade deal. We cannot, honorable members, drift into the tide of global rhetoric. We must stand over principle, we must hold it firmly, we must hold it calmly, and we must hold it clearly. We must condemn wrong, we must reform institutions like the UN Security Council and the African Union so that we stand up for human rights and we stand up for trade for the interest of all South Africans. I close. There is Nkwana Nkrumah reminded us. We are not east, we are not west, we are forward-looking. Africa is our home. Let us stand together to build an Africa that is prosperous, making sure our citizens can find work, protect their interests, work for South Africans, and uphold the rule of law. We do this, we can respond to this crisis. We fail this moment, we will fail the people of South Africa, and our international voice will be weakened. Let this House take its responsibility seriously. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, we will stand as one people, united against violence, unanimous in our commitment to peace and to the rule of law. These words I borrow from His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Honourable members, As a people that are focused on building a national democratic society, we are advocates for peaceful resolution of disputes. South Africa's non-aligned stance is not passivity. It is a deliberate expression of who we are, a nation born of negotiated settlement, with an enduring conviction that no dispute is beyond the reach of dialogue. We call on all parties to pursue a peaceful resolution, protect civilian life, and return to the table. The world cannot afford another protracted war. Honorable members, the economic consequences of this conflict are grave, regardless of political posture. The trade along the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea-Suez corridor has been disrupted. Brent crude has surged past $100 per barrel. This is the price of military solutions, paid not by those who order the strikes, but by the people across the developing world, including our own. It is a war that has a direct impact on us as a country. South Africa's trade with the Middle East stood at $15.3 billion in 2025, growing at 8% annually. Our exports grew 14% last year, but it is our imports that expose our strategic vulnerability. Over 70% by value is energy products from Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. We also import fertilizers, plastic, copper, and sulfur. With 93% of imports arriving by sea, we face simultaneous pressure on energy, food production inputs, and export logistics. A 3-month conflict scenario projects $820 million in export losses. Yet in the midst of this crisis, chartered flights from South Africa are being used to export meat and fruit to the Middle East. This is who we are. To some it is called trade, to us it is Ubuntu. Honorable members, government has put in place systems to prevent a fuel shortage. Minister Mantashe and his department have acted decisively to secure alternative sources of fuel and provide security of supply. The Strategic Fuel Fund remains intact and available. Alternative supply is underway. The reality, however, is that the cost of energy is increasing across the board. Fuel price increases are unfortunately unavoidable under the current circumstances. We have to act in concert as government, business, and society at large to manage our energy availability in order to navigate the storm and to protect our most vulnerable. Honorable members, but this crisis demands a more fundamental reckoning. South Africa imports 60% of its liquid fuel requirements, yet sits on world-class offshore petroleum potential. The Orange Basin mirrors the discoveries made in Namibia. The Otenikwa Basin holds significant gas potential, and we have the technology to lead. Sasol Fischer-Tropsch process, 70 years of proprietary coal-to-liquid expertise, is a platform for energy economy of the now and not a liability to abandon. South Africa controls 87% of the world's iridium, a critical input into green electrolyzers. The High Shift project in Secunda produces 50,000 tons per year of sustainable aviation fuel in Sasol's existing facilities. This is how we must build energy independence, responsibly and underpinned by sustainable development principles. Our energy mix is anchored on the principles of a just energy transition. Honorable members, this crisis is also a warning about food security. The Middle East is a significant source of our fertilizer imports. Fosco, whilst historically challenged, is vertically integrated, based in Palabora and Richards Bay, and holds over 1.5 billion tons of phosphate ore reserves. It is South Africa's only producer of phosphate ore, phosphoric acid, and granular fertilizer. Yet our farmers still rely on imports for supply. The DTIC and the IDC will engage Fosco and urgently to optimize output, cut down time, and secure affordable local fertilizer for our agricultural sectors. Honorable members, diversification is already delivering results. With regards to the export diversification undertaken by the department, over 700 million rand in export orders were to date secured for the 25-26 financial year. Vehicle exports grew 21.4% in 2025. Fruits and nut export grew 21.6%, our fastest growing export category. The Export Support Desk, created last year in response to reciprocal tariffs and which have been assisting in diversification efforts, is ready to further support exporters affected as a result of the crisis. We will continue to pursue our strategic partners in India, the ASEAN region, and expand the SACO-Mercosur preferential trade agreement. From the 1st of May 2026, China's unilateral zero-tariff access, covering 100% of tariff lines for all African nations, combined with the CAEPA Early Harvest Agreement, fundamentally strengthens our position in the world's largest consumer market. We will ensure that exporters capitalize from day one. Deputy Speaker, every vessel rounding the Cape of Good Hope is a reminder that Africa's geography is its greatest asset. The world's trade is rerouting around our shores. Merck's, Hapag-Lloyd, and CMA-CGM have suspended Suez transits. During 2024 transit disruptions, 66% of container shipping came around the Cape. We are approaching the threshold again, and this time the disruption is more structural and enduring. South Africa is strategically positioned. We must use our geo-positioning as a peace route for every vessel rounding the Cape of Good Hope. That is why it is the Cape of Good Hope. South Africa has in excess of 2,900 kilometers of coastline and 8 commercial ports at the junction of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Vessel calls at Durban and Cape Town are already rising. Ngqutra is emerging as the continent's deep-water transshipment point, and Richards Bay is expanding container capacity fourfold by 2028. South Africa has an established ship repair industry. We have the skills, the facilities, and now the traffic. More vessels on the Cape route means more demand for dry docking, bunkering, chandlery, and marine engineering. Smaller ports like East London, adjacent to its SEZ, anchored by automotive engineering capability, have real potential as niche boat building and marine manufacturing centers. This Parliament must welcome government's efforts to accelerate implementation through the Guided Trade Initiative, the Rules of Origin Framework, and investment in logistics corridors that connect our continent. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, one final point. In times of crisis, we must ready all South Africans to survive. We must ready our infrastructure to manage the load. We must ready our trade to diversify. We must protect the most vulnerable. And in the words of our President, our own history has taught us that dialogue is the most powerful weapon. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Kukukedi, and I'm informed that it is the Honourable Member's maiden speech.
Honourable Speaker, as I rise on behalf of Umkondo Wesizwe, I'm going to demonstrate the dangers of the unholy alliance between Israel and the United States, a practice that is still continuing today, which has devastated countries, fueled wars across continents. Past conflicts, such as the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, founded on unsubstantiated claims of weapons of mass destruction, continue to shape international relations and contribute to global instability. Regime changes like the 1953 coup against Iran's Prime Minister Mossadegh and events such as the Iran-Iraq War highlight the dangers of foreign aggression and its long-lasting effects on regional security and humanitarian conditions. A wake-up call to those who are turning a blind eye to the work of these aggressors should be Tuesday's resignation of Joe Kent, the director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center, and a far-right political figure and supporter of Donald Trump. He said, and I quote, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." Close quote. Madam Speaker, these two countries have been on an invasion rampage. Over the years, they invaded Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Grenada, Panama, Afghanistan, Mexico, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, Libya, Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia. The list is endless. Underlying these conflicts is a neoliberal economic agenda that prioritizes military expansion and profits over social investment. Resources that could build communities are instead diverted to the military-industrial complex, perpetuating a cycle of violence and inequality. Southern Africa has also been victims of this foreign interference. Imelika ne-Israel, apha Angola, zazisapota i-FNLA ka-Holden Roberto, belwisana nohulumende ka-Agostino Neto. Zikwasapota i-UNITA ka-Jonas Savimbi, ukulwa kwala hulumende. EMozambique, iRenamo iRenamo yalomfo uAlfonso Dlakama nayo ngapha ibidestabilize uhulumende kaSamora Machel ikwancediswa yiIsrael. Apha ekhaya eSouth Africa iNkatha Freedom Party ibitrainwa yiIsrael. Yabona ke yonke lento bebeyenza ikhona umthetho we-United Nations, i-embargo ethi makungasapotwa iSouth Africa i-apartheid kunye nezinye izizwe ezisemfazweni. Kodwa bebewuphula lo mthetho. Now masigqithe apho. Apha kukho i-selective approach ye-International Criminal Court. International Criminal Court ithi umsholozi ephethe apha uPresident Zuma ithi makabambe inkokeli yaseSudan uOmar al-Bashir eze apha kwi-AU summit wala umsholozi wabuya umsholozi wathi masiphumeni kula International Criminal Court. South Africa zange inqwale le parliament. I-Democratic Alliance, DA, ngo-2023 ihambe yaye court yathi ecourt masibambe Vladimir Putin xa eze apha esiza kwi-BRICS summit. Now zibuza umbuzo into yoba yintoni le ibangela uba aba bantu la mazwe lana nale ICC bafuna uba ezi nkokheli mazibanjwe sithi. Uyabona uba bayazithelekisa. I-DA yona ingena phi kule nto? Uyabona ke ndiza kuxelela into yoba inye into badityaniswa into yoba i-resources i-DA ayifuni uba zibuyiselwe ebantwini nomhlaba ayifuni uba ubuyiselwe ebantwini. Yile nto ke bayifunayo la mazwe ahambe erhwaphiliza. Masigqithe apho. Honorable Speaker, we must resist attempts for our country to be used as puppets of imperialists. Onopopi babakhwaphilisi. This Iran invasion has far-reaching consequences for our country. It already has an impact on our economy, diplomacy, security, political discourse, and humanitarian responsibilities. Our opposition to imperialism, neoliberalism, and neocolonialism is vital as these systems perpetuate global inequality and undermine movements for self-determination. The enemy here is the system. We must remember that the relationship apartheid South Africa had with these countries led to invasion yaseLesotho, eMozambique, eBotswana, eAngola, eSwazini, eZimbabwe, Namibia, naseZambia, kuba ifunde kula mazwe. Incidents like the abduction of President waseVenezuela nomkakhe kukhohlakala nje kweAmerica idibene nala Israel. Honorable Speaker, the people's leader, the world-renowned President Oliver Tambo said, inkululeko yethu sawutuze siyifumane kube kukhululeke namanye amazwe la acindezelweyo. It is therefore our revolutionary duty to stand in solidarity with Iran, Palestine, Venezuela, and others facing external oppression. Cubans stood with us when many countries didn't want to support our struggle as Africa. America is planning to invade Cuba as we speak. Sivagla rhetoric, Trump. Let us raise our voices in support of the Cuban internationalist forces. As legislators, we must champion peace, justice, and self-determination, ensuring that affected communities are heard and protected. As MK, we will continue to advocate for South Africa's withdrawal from the selective International Criminal Court system and for radical socio-economic transformation to achieve genuine equality, liberation, and self-determination. As MK, we realize that power to the people became an empty slogan because power has been taken away from them. They have been made to survive on impotence. So now what we need to do is to take power and give it back to the people. Thank you. Gwaza mkondo gwaza.
We thank Oliver Tambo.
The next speaker is the Honourable Smith.
Here we inspiration from Oliver Tambo.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Iran war comes at a time when the world is in a state of flux. Many of the architects of the international rules-based order have abandoned it, and much of the world has been relegated to a new reality of every man for himself. But in this global uncertainty, South Africa's response to the Iran war rings hollow. Trying to simultaneously condemn all parties in this conflict under the guise of international law means the ANC has failed to see the bigger picture of Iran's decades-long sponsorship of terrorism in the region. Because Iran and its Russian allies are not just a threat to peace and stability in the Middle East, but to global security as a whole.
Who is speaking?
South African foreign policy under the ANC cannot attempt to wade into this matter without accurately diagnosing the problem. Any attempts to gloss over Iran's continued role in regional and global instability are disingenuous. Instead, the ANC has employed a childish game of diplomatic tit-for-tat, instead of embarking on a mature plan to protect our growth and prosperity at a time of tremendous uncertainty. In the words of Helen Suzman, when in doubt, go back to principle. As the world doubts the international rules-based order, South Africa must diligently revert to principle. Tenacity to its own political nostalgia at South Africa's peril. Honourable Speaker, Iran is not our friend. Despite what does and does not justify war, South African diplomacy cannot waver in its constitutional duty to condemn what Iran's Islamic regime stands for, promotes and funds.
Order, honourable members. Order. The Speaker is not audible. We have given respect to all the other speakers thus far. Please exercise the same respect. Honourable Smith, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Because the CODESA negotiations did not commit our country to serve the ANC's whims, CODESA was a pledge by South Africans from all walks of life to uphold the universal values of freedom, democracy and human rights. This is the path we collectively chose for our country, and this is the path from which the ANC has strayed. Honourable Speaker, on Saturday, South Africa commemorates Human Rights Day, and let me remind the ANC why we celebrate it. Human Rights Day is the commemoration of the 1960 Sharpeville massacre, where 69 peaceful civilians protesting against past laws were massacred by the apartheid regime. 66 years later, and the ANC has betrayed their sacrifice. South Africa has not only refused to condemn Iran for massacring 30,000 innocent civilians in anti-government protests this year, but celebrated the martyrdom of the very man responsible for it. And this outrage is shared by the Iranian people themselves. Allow me to share a statement penned by the Iranian community in South Africa, and I quote, "We condemn unequivocally the Islamic regime's 47 years of support for terrorism and regional chaos. We call on the government of South Africa to immediately cease its political alignment with and support for this regime. Standing with the oppressor of the Iranian people is not a position of moral leadership. It is a betrayal of the very principles of freedom and human dignity." I don't think the ANC got the memo. Honourable Speaker, I wonder what the 20,000 women who marched to their union buildings in 1956 demanding equal rights would say when they see today South Africa standing with a country that imposes the death penalty, public flogging and prison terms upon women for failing to wear a veil in public. What would Hector
Honourable
Peterson
Smith,
say?
Please take your seat right at the back, Honourable Member. What is your point of order?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Can that Honourable take a question?
Honourable Smith, are you prepared to take a question? No, he is not. Please proceed, Honourable Smith. Yes, Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My apologies for interrupting our member, but Madam Speaker, you have already indicated to the members that the member at the podium is not audible. They have consistently defied that ruling of yours, and I would like you to please take a look at Rule 69.
Honourable members. Honourable members.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth is often uncomfortable, and it shows in the reaction of some of the members. The member at the podium is not afforded the same respect as other members in this debate, and I would like your ruling on this.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I take your point, I will first rule on that point. Honourable Members, I have seen you, Honourable Member. I am first ruling on this point. Honourable members, I have requested that we respect all speakers even if you don't agree. We follow the principle, the constitutional principle of freedom of speech. So please afford everyone, even if you don't agree, the same kind of respect that you expect. Honourable member, yes, please, your hand was up first. What is your point of order?
Is the member prepared to say something about genocide in Gaza before he concludes his speech?
Honourable member, that is not a point of order. Honourable member at the back, what is your point of order? Please use another microphone.
Thanks, House Chair. I think consistently you are allowing that people, when you have presided, they preside again over to you, more so when it's yourself and it's your party DA. Can you be consistent? When you have ruled, you must never allow anyone to raise a hand again. It's wrong. Thank you.
Honourable member, that is not a point of order and that is totally uncalled for. The principle of freedom of speech relates to everyone, all parties. Honourable Mkalipi.
But Deputy Speaker, we can't be abused by the GNU partners here. Please, we don't enter to their own things. Please, they must not abuse us here. They are fighting now, they are bringing their fight here. No, please don't abuse us. You are sleeping in one bed.
Honourable Mkalipi, you are totally out of order. You have not been recognised to just make comments. Honourable members, we will now proceed with the debate. And I'm not going to entertain any spurious questions or comments. Honourable Smith, please proceed.
ANC Sababelungu, Deputy Speaker, please.
Honourable Mkalipi, I am now cautioning you. Switch on your microphone again without being recognised. You will have a second caution. Please proceed.
What would Hector Peterson say to South Africa calling for Iran's restraint when it killed thousands of university students protesting?
Honourable members, order. If you don't agree, you don't have to drown out this. Honourable Paulson, the member may proceed without you drowning him out. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Truth clearly hurts. It is becoming increasingly clear to the world that South Africa's foreign policy is not determined by constitutional principle, but by the ANC's subversion of reality. Because only in an Orwellian dystopia can the ANC expect its citizens and the world to believe South Africa's truth is lies approach to navigating international relations. The ANC does not merely cherry-pick its own history, they seem to reinvent it entirely. Fikile Mbalula recently stated that Iran was a friend that stood by South Africa in the struggle against apartheid.
Please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Avuhlonipha. Ngisola ukuthi i-ANC ifanele siyakuyiphasika manje. Ongenzeka bamhlonipha kangaka nje kwenzeka le nto ingoba bacanga uJesu wabo phela siyakuyiphasika ngiyabonga.
Honourable Kaula, that is not a point of order. I have requested that you do not raise spurious points. You are disrupting and interrupting the proceedings. Honourable Smith, please proceed.
Well, the history books have some bad news to share with the ANC. Under the weight of sanctions in the 1980s against apartheid South Africa and Iran, both nations turned to each other for support. So, Mr. Mbalula, while you imagine that Iran fought against apartheid, the Islamic Republic traded Iranian oil for apartheid weapons for over a decade. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission estimates that 21,000 South African citizens were killed in political violence between 1985 and 1989 alone.
Do you know that?
We now know that it was Iranian oil under the Islamic Republic that fueled this final bloody decade of terror in South Africa's history. Iranian terror is not only funded and exported in the Middle East today, it kept alive and well the terror of the apartheid government throughout the 1980s. And in the ANC selective amnesia, it forgot Iran's massacre of the South African Communist Party's friends and allies in the early 80s.
Honourable Smith, please take your seat. Honourable Deputy Minister, I do hope this is not spurious.
Thank you so much. It's a point of order. He's irrelevant. He must stick to the debate. He's busy
Honourable
debating
member,
the ANC. What does he know about apartheid?
Honourable
he must
Deputy
stick to the
Minister,
debate and leave the ANC and figure out
Honourable
Marula is
Deputy
not a member
Minister.
of this house.
You are out of order. That is a matter of debate. Honourable Smith, please proceed. Honourable Mhlawuli, what is your point of order? Honourable Smith, please take your seat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm confused. What do we do when somebody asks us, what would have Hector Peterson said? Can we answer that Hector Peterson would have asked, why do you send soldiers to kill young people in 1976?
That is not
Don't
a
ask
point
us a
of
question
order.
that you
Honourable
won't
member,
want an answer.
that is not a point of order. I will not entertain any more of those points. We have other speakers who are waiting to speak. You are delaying other people's opportunities. Honourable Chief Whip of the DA, what is your point?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to refer you to Rule 92.9. Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with this rule. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I quoted the rule to you, and I want to refer you to Rule 69 further, which indicates that if members continuously defy a ruling of the presiding officer, that they are grossly disorderly. And I would like you to please take action against those members henceforth. Thank you.
Honourable Chief Whip of the DA, I am chairing the proceedings here. Honourable Deputy Minister, I am not taking any more points. You are disrupting. Honourable Mkalipi, I am not going to take any further points. We will proceed with this debate. Honourable members, I did listen, and I have not now said that you are in breach of those rules. I have been pleading and making a request for you to be decent in a debate and to show respect, but apparently that does not work. So, Honourable Smith, please proceed with your speech.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder what the Tripartite Alliance thinks about Iran's long-standing friendship with South Africa when they remember how the Islamic Republic turned on their socialist allies in a brutal crackdown of political freedom. Iran is not and never has been democratic South Africa's friend. It is a global source of terror that exports hatred, violence, and religious extremism in the world. And the ANC has all but made South Africa Iran's useful idiot. Honourable Speaker, as the world burns, South African diplomacy is now forced to tap dance around the ANC's diplomatic double standards. South Africa demarches the US ambassador for undiplomatic comments, but refuses to demarche the Russian ambassador for meddling in our democracy. We report the USA to the UN Security Council for invading Venezuela, but act as pious mediators when Russia invades Ukraine. We go to court against Israel in Gaza, but fail to report Iran to the Human Rights Commission for funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Honourable Speaker, we know that diplomacy today can be fickle, but we cannot respond with political immaturity. Every single foreign policy decision undertaken by the ANC in this government is dragging us away from our natural allies and kicking and screaming into the arms of terrorists and despots. Honourable Speaker, the only conclusion one can come to when observing South Africa's schizophrenic foreign policy is that the ANC has sold its principles to the highest bidder. Our foreign policy under the ANC is neither principled nor non-aligned.
Smith, please
It is
take
a
your
textbook
seat.
case of
Honourable
diplomatic...
Slowly, what is your point of order?
Can you sit down, Chairperson?
Please have a seat. Honourable Smith. Honourable Smith, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to ask if the Speaker can take a question.
Honourable Mashloli, you are now honestly interrupting the Speaker.
No, it's the rules. I want to ask a question and I'm asking him.
Honourable Member, would you like to answer a question? No,
Thank
he
you.
won't. So please proceed. You have 45 seconds left.
Thank you, Speaker. Our foreign policy under the ANC is neither...
Honourable Lonzi, please take your seat. Honourable Smith, you are now starting to fall foul of Rule 92 and 69. So what is your point of order?
But Speaker, I'm speaking for the first time. I don't understand why you're saying I'm falling foul.
The House is. So please proceed.
Yeah, so not me. I'm
What
speaking for the
is
first
your
time.
point of order?
South Africans are being insulted here. Firstly, they were called stupid. That's not parliamentary language. Now we're being called schizophrenic. As a speaker, you ought to call the speaker to order. You can't call us stupid and schizophrenic. That's not parliamentary language.
Honourable Lonzi, in terms of the rules, and please, if you would like, listen. In terms of the rules, it is unparliamentary if you say that to an individual. But the courts have ruled that making comments in general is not unparliamentary. Honourable Michalakis, I'm not going to take your point now. I want the DA Speaker to now proceed and continue, because we can sit here for the rest of the evening. Honourable Michalakis, you are up first.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a new point. Deputy Speaker, the DA Speaker at the podium has been prejudiced to a great extent due to frivolous points of order and lost a great deal of his time. I would request you to please use your discretion to allow him more time to speak. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members.
Yeah.
Honourable members, I am not going to have this to and fro between the members. If you now want to raise a point of order, please quote the number of that rule. Honourable Mhloli.
Honourable Speaker.
I rise on Rule 92, a point of order on you. When Honourable Lonzi raises a question that we are being insulted, you are saying not an individual incited. Yesterday, a chairperson was seated there and the minister was saying those people, and then was ruled out of order and he had to withdraw. Now, this honourable member is speaking about us in the House. Why are you not consistent with that ruling that when you speak about people inside the House, they are out of order? Please be consistent.
Honourable Mashloli, I will look at Hansard and come back to the House with a ruling on that. Honourable Paulson, that was on record what you said.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
I am waiting to hear because I cannot hear anyone. Honourable Lonzi, what is your point of order?
Honourable.
Chair, please be honest. Don't say you're going to consult Hansard. You heard him say stupid. You heard him say schizophrenic. You don't need to consult. Just make the ruling. He has to withdraw. He's insulting this House.
Honourable Lonzi, when I do make a ruling, I have to be absolutely sure of the whole sentence that was said. Yes. So I will come back. Okay, there are so many hands. Let's go over to the ANC.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. It's again an order to you. You are visible bias on the proceedings of this debate. And it's unfortunate that you are causing a threat to the smooth going of this debate because of how you handle the proceedings. When it suits you, without properly applying the rules, you suspend some of the rules to suppress the debate in the House. And we seriously do not know where you'd get the power to suspend those rules when members want to raise point of orders and other issues. So in our view, Deputy Speaker, you are contributing negatively to the smooth running of the House because you selectively suspend rules to suppress the debate on the House. We have allowed and agreed with you that we subscribe unto the freedom of speech espoused by the Constitution. But it does not mean that we must keep quiet when the Speaker on the podium is misleading the country and trying to misrepresent us that Iran is not our friends and this and that, Peter Peterson, deliberately misleading the House and the people of South Africa. So we are appealing with you, Deputy Speaker, to be fair and consistent in the application of the rules of the House. You are grossly out of order. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I will remind you, if you had listened, we had a previous speaker who had actually referred to a party buying weapons which was not out of order, and no one reacted. So that was my consistency. There was a previous matter that I could have ruled out of order for another party, but I did not. You can check the Hansard. So we will now proceed, Honourable Mente. That will now be the last one.
Deputy Speaker, you don't have power to make such a determination. Secondly, you do have a remedy. Ask your member, what did he say? Don't consult Hansard. Ask him, what did he say about stupids and schizophrenic? Ask him to read those sentences again, and then you can make your ruling.
According to what was recorded, South Africa's foreign policy is schizophrenic. That is what was said. Please consult the Hansard if you do not agree with that. We have checked that. Honourable Smith, please proceed.
This is a textbook case of diplomatic hypocrisy.
Can
the
you
expensive
rise on a
price
point of
South
order,
Africa
Speaker?
pays for the ANC's
Can you
cheap
rise on a point of
diplomacy
order, Speaker?
is the job.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
No, thank you very
Please
much.
take your seat, Honourable Smith.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm rising on point. I'm in Rule 92, calling order on your good self, Honourable Speaker. I want to remind you that you don't have powers to tell us that you are not going to take any hand for as long as you are raising hands. It's beyond your powers, that one, Speaker. But second to that, Honourable Speaker, would like to plead with your good selves that stop proving what we have always suspected, that you don't understand the rules of this House. Stop being biased and be consistent in terms of application of the law. Why is it that every time when members of the African National Congress raises their hands, you want to tell us that you are not going to take any hand? But when His Honourable Mogalamenki is there, you are ambiguously allowing him to disrupt the process of the...
Honourable Member, as the Deputy Speaker, I have a wide range of discretion, and it is not only for the ANC, I also directed it to all other parties. So we will now proceed. Honourable Smith, you have 34 seconds left.
This is a textbook case of diplomatic hypocrisy. And the expensive price South Africa pays for the ANC's cheap diplomacy is the jobs we shed, the growth we sacrifice, and the reputation we tarnish. Freedom, democracy, human rights, the ANC has sacrificed it all for patronage, influence, and donations. Senzeni na.
Irrelevant.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mhlongo.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I would like to once again extend our deepest condolences to the brave people of Iran, to the Islamic world in general, and to the family of the martyred Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who was killed by the unjustified attack on a sovereign nation by the Zionist state of Israel and the bloodthirsty United States of America. The late cleric was not just a leader of Iran, he was a voice of reason and authority across the Islamic world. His sober-mindedness also ensured that even while Iran could develop its own nuclear weapons, it was prevented from doing so because of his commitment to peace. We also extend our condolences to all those who have fallen to the US-Israel axis of evil across the world. Assassination is the language of cowards, a language spoken by trembling empires, trembling because the world is waking up to their cruelty, lies, and barbarism. Are we as South Africans going to remain asleep, or are we ready to wake up? We say here today, clearly as the EFF, the names of the martyrs, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, Ali Larijani, and Ismail Khatib. In Parliament, we honor your struggle and condemn the cowards who killed you, you have returned to God, and may He have mercy on you for your sacrifice. Those acts of terrorism are not isolated. They are cold and calculated strategy to decapitate resistance, silence voices that refuse to bow before Washington and Tel Aviv. We have seen them trying to demonize and isolate South Africa because of our stance to the Israel genocide in Palestine. And we have seen them trying to create enemies of everyone opposed to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. The US attack in Iran is at the insistence of the genocidal regime of Israel, have shattered whatever prospect of peace in that region. The attacks have also placed the world at a greater risk of economic collapse as a result of the strain to energy trade this has caused. Deputy Speaker, the greatest tragedy in all of this is the sterilization of whatever power global multilateral institutions might have had. The UN Security Council is powerless in the face of this unprovoked US attack. The Palestinian genocide and now this war against Iran has exposed them and left them naked to the truth that they no longer matter and only serve the interests of power, greed, and money. The world sees them for what they are, and much like the League of Nations collapsed and became ineffective due to the Nazi Germany, the UN too will face the same fate because of Israel and the US. Donald Trump kidnapped and imprisoned Nicolas Maduro, a president of a sovereign nation, and there is no condemnation from anyone in the world. Donald Trump has enabled and financed the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people by the international criminal Benjamin Netanyahu and the genocidal regime of Israel, and yet again the world is quiet. The impunity with which the US and genocidal Israel perpetrate atrocities around the world has destabilized effect across the world. After Venezuela and Iran, who will it be? For how long must the world stand still in the face of imperialism? The world is bending right under the weight of American and Israeli imperialism, apartheid, and naked genocide. As South Africa, we have a historical moral duty to speak out. Silence is complicit, and complicit is betrayal. Betrayal of our own history and our own struggle for freedom. Iran is under attack to pave way for the ultimate destruction of the Palestinian people and for the full control of oil resources of the Gulf region by the United States. What are we to say about the Gulf states who betray their own neighbors? What of those regimes that align themselves with the USA and genocidal state of Israel, opening their airspaces, their bases, their coffers to imperialist wars while Iranians and Palestinians are dying? Shame on them. Shame on those who sell their humanity, dignity, and honor like Judas for a handful of silver. Shame on those who have abandoned Palestine, who have betrayed Iran, betrayed humanity and their own faith. They have chosen the side of oppression, and history will remember them as collaborators in genocide. We also know that we have here in our midst genocidal sympathizers in the form of the Democratic Alliance, PAACTP, and the very same Musimai Mane who sponsored this motion, a man who calls himself a Christian, yet has no iota of love for Christ in his heart. They visit the genocidal entity of Israel, shake hands with a man who has legitimized apartheid. My man chose to stand with murderers than the murdered.
Honorable Mhlongo, can you please take your seat?
What's the point of order, honorable member?
I'd like to rise on a point of order on Rule 85. The honourable member has just cast aspersions against the Honourable Maimane, and I'd ask that you rule that it be withdrawn. It is not for her to say he is not a Christian. How dare she say that?
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please. I want to listen to the point of order so that you are able to rule. So if you howl this much, we can't hear. You were saying, Honorable Swart?
House Chair, the speaker at the podium said that the Honourable Maimane is not even a Christian, and she cast aspersions on him, and I'd like you to rule that out of order. He is a respected Christian, and that is an aspersion on his character. It is not a point of debate, and she said other things. If you don't have the Hansard,
the point of disorder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Mhlongo, did you say what Honorable Swart is raising a point of order on?
Honorable House Chairperson, can you please repeat what he said? He was waffling. I could not make out what he was saying. But what I know is that I've called Honorable Maimane a Christian, and that's what I've done, unless it's not parliamentary to do so.
Thank you very much. Honorable Swart, we will consult Hansard and check what was said and then revert back with a ruling. Continue, Honorable Member.
Maimane chose to stand with murderers rather than the murdered. The unacceptable visit to the genocidal Israel by the above-mentioned parties is not a gesture of peace. It is betrayal of South Africa's moral legacy. The EFF calls for a complete termination of all diplomatic ties and genocidal state of Israel, as it was a decision of the 6th Parliament emanating from the EFF-sponsored motion for South Africa to cut all diplomatic and economic ties with the Zionist regime of Israel.
Honorable
To this day, President Ramaphosa fails to implement this motion and has no political appetite to do so. Yes,
can you please take your seat? Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I had my hand up at the same time as the Honourable Swart. So, Honourable House Chair, I want to refer to the same rule as him, and I want to plead to you, when you do go and consult the Hansard, the Honourable Member at the podium, when she accused Honourable Maimane of committing genocide, she also said, in our midst, and then referred to two political parties, the ACDP and the Democratic Alliance. I want to submit to you, House Chair, I want to submit to you that that goes further than just criticism against a political party, but it refers to the actual members in this House representing those political parties. And I would like you to please consider this when consulting the
Honourable
Hansard.
Deputy
We will
Speaker.
consult, as I had said, my ruling
Honourable
was that we will
Deputy Speaker.
consult Hansard and see. Okay, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I have a serious problem in the House. Honourable Mikalekis of DA continuously brings points of order that compromises the standing of the speakers. And it is the speaker's right to determine what the Hansa outcome would be. Previously as well, he stood up 3 times on points of order. And I think he needs to be brought up on point of order.
Honourable Member?
Yes.
Honourable Member, I gave Honourable Mihalakis an opportunity to speak because on top of what Honourable Swart was saying, he was adding that there was other words as well that were used. So I am saying, can we not continue on this issue up until we consult Hansard, please?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, that is exactly what I'm saying. He continuously defies the speakers.
Honourable Member, no. Honourable Mhlongo, please continue.
We are also of the view that there should be a review of our relations with the US in light of its enabling of genocides across the world. will rather stand alone on the side of the truth than be with multitudes enabling genocide. The EFF noted the explosive resignation of Joseph Kent, the director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center. The damning resignation was a confirmation of what progressive forces across the world, including the EFF, have consistently asserted, that the current war against Iran is illegal, unjustified, and built on deliberate misinformation. I want to tell the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation that the demarche that he enforced on the U.S. ambassador to South Africa is a useless diplomatic act. What is required is for Posel to be declared a persona non grata and be expelled with immediate effect if we are to protect our sovereignty and assert our stance against imperialism bullying. Now, House Chairperson, we are not surprised by the acts that we are seeing here. People are canvassing for Rebecca Oppenheim to fund their campaign. That's why they are here standing up, defending America at the expense of our sovereignty, and that should be never allowed in this house. Long live the Islamic Republic of Iran. Long live! Long live the Islamic Republic of Iran. Long live! Free Palestine!
Honorable Member,
Palestine will be free!
Please mute the
From
mic.
the river to the sea.
Please mute the mic.
Away with Israel, away! Away with the state of Israel, away! Away with the bloodthirsty US, away!
Invite you to the People's March. You are invited to the People's March on the 21st.
Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. That was uncalled for. I have continuously told you that your time has expired. You want us to abide by the rules. Please also abide by the rules. I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport.
The People's March is on the 21st.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. It was the worst of times, it was the age of foolishness, and it was the epoch of incredulity, and it was the season of darkness. It was the winter of despair. We had nothing before us. These words by Charles Dickens in A Tale of Two Cities could very well describe the world we are seeing today. Honorable Chair, this is the worst of times. The escalating confrontation involving the United States, Israel, and Iran threatens to plunge the Middle East into a devastating regional war with profound consequences for global peace, security, and economic stability. It is an age of foolishness where diplomacy too is easily abandoned in favor of military escalation and where the instruments of war are deployed with alarming haste. Decisions are taken in distant capitals that now reverberate across the world, threatening stability beyond the battlefield. Again, it's an epoch of incredulity. The world watches with disbelief as missile strikes, retaliatory attacks are escalating, and escalating threats push an already volatile region closer to catastrophe. It's an age of darkness where we see war casting its shadow over the Middle East. Civilians bear the heaviest burden, with homes destroyed and lives lost and communities shattered. The IFP unequivocally condemns the escalation of tensions and violence in the region. This cycle of attacks is unjustified, unreasonable, irresponsible, and irrational. It undermines the prospects of peace and places the world on a dangerous path. These acts of aggression and retaliation stand in clear violation of international law, eroding the very principles that govern relations between nations. We further note with grave concern the United Nations Security Council, the institution charged with the primary responsibility for international peace and security, has once again been rendered structurally incapable for decisive action. The veto architecture of the Security Council, as presently constituted, allows powerful states to shield themselves and their allies from accountability. This is not merely a procedural failure, it is a crisis of global governance that South Africa, as a multilateralist Honorable Minister of International Relations, must seek to reform with urgency. Our call is that we must silence the guns.
First, there must be an immediate cessation of hostilities. Secondly, all parties must return to serious diplomatic engagement under the auspices of the United Nations. And thirdly, there must be renewed international commitment to regional stability and collective security of the Middle East. And lastly, there must be a consistent and principled defense of international law and the protection of civilian life. Whilst we call for peace abroad, we must now turn our focus here at home. Conflicts of this magnitude inevitably have consequences far beyond their immediate theaters. South Africa is not an island, and as an active participant of the global economy, events beyond our borders and continent inevitably have an impact on us today in today's interconnected world. We are not immune. We remain concerned by trade and oil disruptions due to the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Moreover, as economic analysts indicate, the country's vulnerability to fuel supply will be most exposed as never before. Therefore, South Africa must undertake parallel processes for preparedness and reflection. We must be ready for what lies ahead. Concretely, this means the IFP is calling on the Ministers of Finance, Trade, Industry and Competition and the Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources to commission urgent fiscal impact assessments examining South Africa's exposure to a sustained oil price shock, including its knock-on effects on the fuel levy, transport costs and food prices. We further call on ESCOM and the National Energy Regulator to assess the implications for our already strained energy system. And we call again on the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to identify strategic routes and supply chains that may be disrupted and begin contingency planning accordingly. I wanted to say more, but to this new honorable member of the MK, you are the ones who issued a statement welcoming Donald Trump as the President of the United States. Secondly, it was you, ask Umsholozi, with what happened to Gaddafi. We must ask you. Thirdly, whilst you stand here to seek to insult us, the people out there are rejecting you.
Honorable members.
Honorable members, we are better la so kushaya unabe lento ekhuluma la yikho iyabheda
Honorable members,
we speak singazilutho
Honorable Minister, your time has expired. Honorable Hendricks,
you're confusing issues.
Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, Honorable Hendricks, can you please take a seat? Honorable members, the way you were so shouting, even if you would raise a point of order, I wouldn't have heard what maybe the Deputy Minister has said. The way you were so shouting, can we please, there's nothing wrong, and we continue with the business of the day. Honorable Mhlongo.
Ngiyabonga, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we are pleading with you to be consistent in applying the rules. The Deputy Minister, because he's a member from the IFP, your party, you allow him to go beyond his allocated time. You don't reprimand him like you have done with me. You keep quiet as he sits down. He continued screaming and screaming way beyond his time. Please call him to order so that we may be able to respect the rulings that come from you and not judge you that we are being biased.
Honorable Mhlongo. First and foremost, you don't have the privilege of seeing time. We do here. Secondly, I called out the Deputy Minister when he was leaving because the time had expired. I did call out. So what you are saying is definitely out of order. Honorable Hendricks, please continue.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Who's that? Honorable member, yes?
Yes, Chair. Chairperson, unfortunately, Deputy Minister sehleli phansi. Kodwa uthe lapha kwi-podium wathi imember yethi isilime esingazi lutho. That is unparliamentary, and siyacela ukuthi awa-withdraw lawo mazwi besiyaxolisa on our member. Thank you.
Honorable member, is what I was saying. You see, it's exactly the issue that I was addressing. That when you howl I can't hear as the presiding officer sitting here. So I will ask if the deputy minister did say that, but now I've afforded the time to Honorable Hendricks, and Honorable Hendricks will speak because you did not raise a point of order while he was at the podium. Honorable Hendricks.
Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, let me just take this opportunity first to congratulate the fastest growing party, that is the Patriotic Alliance, for their win in Ward 7, Payers Nodia, Rafranet. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance rise to address the hard economic realities that are landing on our doorsteps following the recent escalation of hostilities involving the United States, Israel, and Iran. It presents South Africa with a critical foreign test. Let there be no misunderstanding or emotions. Our moral compass is straight. The Patriotic Alliance has and remains unequivocal in its belief in a two-state solution. We believe in the right of the people of Israel to live within secure, recognized borders, and we equally believe in the right of the people of Palestine to have dignity, self-determination, and their own sovereign state. We are against killings of civilians on all sides, whether in Gaza, Tel Aviv, or Tehran. We believe in coexistence. However, while we debate foreign policies, a more immediate crisis is hurtling towards our shores, one of fuel, food, and financial stability. Let me just put some facts on the table. South Africa's trade data reveals a stark imbalance between economic realities and diplomatic posture. South Africa trades approximately 430 to 450 million annually with Israel, while total trade with Iran is roughly 12 million. This means South Africa trades nearly 30 times more with Israel than with Iran. Yet South Africa has signed more bilateral cooperation agreement with Iran than with Israel. Just in EG, around 9 agreements with Iran, 4 agreements with Israel. This suggests foreign policy approach that prioritizes ideological positioning over economic outcomes. Honorable Speaker, the conflict in the Middle East is no longer a distant geopolitical issue we observe from afar. It is a domestic economic crisis in the making. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, oil facilities in the UAE have been set ablaze by drone strikes, and global shipping lanes are paralyzed. The result, Brent crude oil has surged past $100 a barrel for the first time since 2022. And here is where South Africa's vulnerabilities are exposed. In the past 2 weeks alone, we have seen rand weakening significantly. The benchmark SA 10-year government bond yield has been seen its worst sell-off since the pandemic, spiking to over 8.8%, according to modeling by EY pattern. If this conflict persists for 6 months or more, the rand could tumble to nearly 6.63 rand to the dollar, and our economy could shed as much as 40 billion. That is not a statistic, that is jobs, that is livelihoods, that is the erosion of the little disposable income our people are left with. Honorable members, food inflation is not an abstract economic indicator. It is the difference between a family having 3
Honorable
meals
Hendricks.
or 1 meal.
Your time.
Thanks.
It has expired.
Thank
you. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, as the American-Israeli war with Iran enters its fourth week, a proverb comes to mind. When elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Today, we are witnessing the devastating consequences of this escalating conflict, and as always, it is the innocent civilians who pay the ultimate price for this violence. Action SA firmly believes in the rule of law. As South Africa is a signatory to the Charter of the United Nations, we call on all parties to immediately return to the negotiating table to prevent further loss of life, the displacement of civilians, and the destruction of critical infrastructure. But Honorable House Chair, while bombs are falling thousands of kilometers away, the impact and consequences are already being felt here at home in the pockets of South Africans. The disruption of global oil supply, particularly through the strategic Strait of Hormuz, has sent shockwaves through the energy markets. Oil prices rising 40%, and with them, the cost of living will inevitably follow. And what does this mean for our people? It means petrol and diesel prices will skyrocket. It means a domestic worker in Khayelitsha will pay more just to get to work. It means the cost of transporting goods will rise. It means farmers already under strain will pay more to produce food. And ultimately, it means that every South African in this place will pay more at the till. This will act as a handbrake on an already limping economy, leaving millions trapped in poverty, unemployment, under the watchful eye of the GNU. Honorable House Chair, when a global crisis strikes, a capable and caring government acts decisively to cushion its people from its shock. Instead, what we are witnessing is a familiar pattern and a paralysis under the GNU in the face of a crisis. As Action SA, we believe that there are immediate practical steps that must be taken. First, our government must implement the temporary levy relief to shield customers from extreme price shocks. This was done during the onset of the Russian-Ukrainian war, and it can be done again. Further to this, we cannot allow fuel price gouging by opportunistic actors who may seek to exploit this crisis, much like what we saw during the COVID pandemic, where bad faith actors sought to profit from the crisis. Second to this, we must urgently accelerate energy diversification. Our over-reliance on imported fuel leaves South Africans dangerously exposed to geopolitical instability. Investment in alternative energy and local refining capacity must move beyond rhetoric. South Africans need a government that acts. And if this government cannot act, then South Africans must answer the simple question: how much more must South Africans pay for this inaction? I thank you very much, Madam House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Misho. Honorable members, can we please afford an opportunity to Honorable Mishwe?
House Chairperson, King Solomon in Proverbs 18:21 said, and I quote, "Life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit." Close quote. For about 47 years, Ayatollah Khamenei and his supporters have chanted death to America and death to Israel, and also threatened to raise Israeli cities and wipe Israel off the map of the world. As a nuclear-capable country, this clearly makes Iran an existential threat to them. We know that on the 7th of October 2023, Hamas attacked Israel and massacred more than 1,200 people, most of whom are innocent children. In October 2024, Iran itself launched hundreds of ballistic missiles, and it's reported that it was the largest missile attack in human history against a small country that is just the size of Kruger National Park. House Chairperson.
Honorable Misho. Can you please take your seat? Honorable Mhlongo, what are you rising on?
Thank you, House Chair. The Honorable Mushwe Umfundis, he is misleading the House. He's really misleading the House and you are allowing to. Hamas was defending itself. It was self-defense. Now, he has
Honorable
never,
member,
wait, House Chairperson.
Honorable
He has
Mhlongo,
never said anything
Honorable
about
Mhlongo.
it.
Honorable Mhlongo, you are out of order. That is a point of debate. It is. Honorable Mishwe.
The ACDP supports
Honorable
and believes...
Mishwe, can you please take your seat again? Honorable Mahlaula.
I'm waiting for the pastor to sit down. Thank you very much, House Chair. Is the speaker on the podium willing to take a question?
Honorable Mishwe, are you willing to take a question? He's saying after he finishes speaking.
I said the ACDP supports
Honorable
and believes...
Mishwe, can you take a seat again? Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to say that according to the rules that says you cannot mislead the House, Iran is not a nuclear power.
Honorable
He said that
Douglas.
Iran is a
Honorable
nuclear power.
Douglas.
It's not a
Honorable
nuclear power.
Douglas.
Israel is a nuclear
You are out
power,
of order.
but not Iran.
Honorable Douglas, you are out of order. That is not a point of order, and I know that you know that. Yes. Honorable Mishwe, please proceed.
The ACDP supports and believes in the right to freedom of speech. However, even our constitution limits those rights. We strongly condemn Israel's calls for death and destruction and clearly seek to incite violence and destruction upon other countries. We appeal to the international community, particularly the UN, to seek a ban on Iran's provocative, hateful rhetoric of death to America and death to Israel. We also urge the South African government to consider banning provocative speech that glorifies violence and destruction in our country, such as kill the poor
Honorable
and kill the
Mishwe,
farmer.
can you please take a seat? Honorable Deputy Minister, what is the point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. I would like to check if Honorable Mishwe can take a question.
Honorable Mishwe, can you take a question after he is done? Honorable Mhlongo, honorable members as well. We can't always raise point of orders which are point of debates. I am giving you a fair opportunity for you to raise your point of orders. But now I think I will refer to the rules so that when a member stands, you must then say which rule are you rising on. Honorable Mhlongo.
House Chairperson, I rise on a point of order, Chair. Now,
You're rising on what?
On Rule 92.
Number.
Okay.
Now, can I proceed, House Chair? Can I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Oh, thank you. House Chair, Honorable Mushowan is misleading the House. There's a constitutional court judgment on kill the poor, kill the farm, that it is not hate speech, it is acceptable in South Africa. So you can't mislead the House and say that it must be banned on under which
Honorable
rule?
Mhlongo.
Under which rule, House
Honorable
Chairperson?
Mhlongo, that is a point of debate. Honorable Swart.
House Chair, I rise on Rule 92.
Honorable Swart, can I use my discretion and ask you to sit because we can't hear you, so that you get closer to the mic, yes.
I rise on Rule 92.9, and I would submit that the members are disrupting proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with this rule, and I'd ask that you rule in that regard that these spurious points of order are not permitted, so that the Speaker at the podium, the leader of the ACDP, can continue and complete his speech. Secondly, I would also ask you, House Chair. The Speaker, the President of the ACDP, has already indicated that he'll take questions if he has time at the end. So any person that then asks whether he will take a question is wasting the House of the time of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. I think I have addressed those issues. That can we please continue with the debate and we allow Honorable Mishwe to continue with his debate, and we only raise issues or orders that relate to the rules and nothing that is off a debate. Thank you. Honorable Mishwe.
Thank you. Farms and farmers are a vital part of food security in our country. Therefore, they must all be preserved and respected. Ayatollah, obviously, with your workers. Ayatollah Khamenei, who proudly chanted death to America and death to Israel, is now no more. Let us learn from the lesson of the power of the tongue. Be careful what you say with your tongue. That which you say is going to come upon you.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Communication, you can't just open your mic without being recognized.
Let us learn from the lesson of the power of the tongue, and let us choose to speak life and not death. Let us choose to speak hope and not hopelessness. Let us choose to speak love and not hatred. Let us choose to speak peace and not revolution. Speaker, the ACDP believes that South Africa's foreign policy must be guided
Honorable Mishwe, can you please take a seat? Honorable Deputy Minister, what is the point of order?
Thank you.
And I hope you will point out as well the rule that you are rising on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is the member preaching hope when he's celebrating death of Khomeini?
Honorable Deputy Minister, that is not a point of order, please. Honorable Misha, please continue.
Thank you. The ACDP believes that South Africa's foreign policy must be guided by present-day realities, constitutional values, and national interest, not historical and sentiments. Members, we have an opportunity to help build and not destroy. Let us not put fire, or let's not put petrol in the fire that's already raging. Let us use our tongues to build.
Expired.
God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Kwankwa.
Assalamu alaikum. We speak here at a moment history will remember. The war between Iran and the alliance of the United States of America and Israel is not a mere dispute. It is a deliberate attack on a nation's sovereignty and a test of whether the world will uphold justice or bow to brute force that shows no respect for a rule-based system and international law. Honorable members, unlike the US and Israel, which openly supported apartheid, Iran stood by us in our darkest hours. And no, we will not abandon them in their time of need, nor will we surrender our dignity and independence to US imperialism, even when they entice us with trade and aid. As the manifesto of Umkhonto weSizwe, the former military wing of the ANC, declares, the time comes in the life of any nation when there remain only two choices: submit or fight. Today, Iran faces that choice not by desire, but because it has been cornered by unprovoked aggression. One thing is clear, though. Iran has demonstrated significant military capability and capacity to defend itself, which challenges the image of unquestioned US military superiority, clearly demonstrating that even the most powerful nations are not beyond contestation. Iran's resilience reminds us that strength is not absolute and that determined nations can resist, ensuring that the powerful do not impose their will on the less powerful. The architects of this aggression, Donald J. Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, must answer for decisions that cause death, destruction, and displacement on a massive scale. They must face accountability before the International Criminal Court. Anything less is a stain on humanity. Honorable members, needless to say, war destroys lives, families are torn apart,
Economies collapse, infrastructure crumbles. Generations are robbed of education, opportunity, and safety. History is unanimous. Wars do not solve problems. They deepen them. They create cycles of hatred and instability that far outlast political calculation. Yes, Iran must be condemned for its human rights abuses, but we must equally condemn the US and Israel militarism and refuse to be fooled by Western propaganda. So what is the solution? Dialogue, more dialogue. As true leadership is measured not by the bombs you drop, but by the conflicts you prevent. To the people of Iran, in the face of intimidation and violence, resilience is your greatest weapon. Stand firm, stand united. The strength of the people united in defense of their sovereignty is more powerful than any army and more enduring than any empire. Assalamu alaikum. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Kana.
Honorable members, fellow South Africans, we live in dangerous times. Times in which a US president, acting without the authority of the United Nations or even his own Congress, may decide on a whim to invade another country. Such unilateralism does not enhance global security. It undermines it. It fuels instability, provokes retaliation, and risk triggering both conventional and nuclear arms races. The world becomes less safe, not more. We must therefore be unequivocal. We condemn this needless war of aggression. It represents a grave violation of international law and long-standing global norms, including the unacceptable targeting of heads of state. Thousands of lives have already been lost. Entire populations across the Middle East now live in fear and uncertainty. This is not only unjust, it is wrong, and it must be called out as such. But this conflict is not distant from us. Its consequences are already reaching our shores. The price of diesel is projected to rise sharply by as much as 8 rand per litre, placing enormous strain on households and businesses. I hope those who celebrate this war can explain this to South Africans next week. Fertilizer costs will follow, driving up food prices and deepening hunger in a country already grappling with inequality and poverty. This war is not abstract. It is economic pain that will be felt by many South Africans. In this context, 4 national imperatives arise. First, South Africans must actively support international efforts to de-escalate this conflict. No ordinary citizen benefits from war. Only political extremists in the US and Israel benefit. Secondly, we must urgently secure alternative supply chains for critical energy resources and goods. We must also confront a hard truth. As long as reckless leadership prevails in major powers, global instability will persist. Third, the Minister of Finance must present to Parliament with a revised economic outlook in this budget cycle, enabling us to reassess spending priorities to shield our people from external shocks. Finally, we must strengthen our defense and security capabilities. The world has changed. We need a modern, well-equipped force capable of responding to emerging threats. South Africa cannot afford complacency. The ripple effects of global instability will reach us whether we are prepared or not. Let us choose preparedness. We must be prepared.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. Having listened to this debate thus far, it's been concerning that the House has chosen to take sides in global conflicts. We've even seen some mudslinging against one another rather than focusing on the subject of this debate, which is actually about protecting South Africans. We've heard this House pulling in 2 directions, one ideological, one moralistic, but neither is rooted
in the immediate reality that faces South Africans today. That's the first. The second is that this debate exposes a deeper challenge, and that's a lack of coherence at the center of the GNU itself. The truth is that South Africans can't afford the division that we've seen amongst the GNU at a time of crisis. They need clarity, they need consistency, and they need leadership that's focused on their reality. But to be fair, we heard from government, Minister Paul Mashatile, an outline of the areas where South Africa must strengthen its position, and that's from energy to trade to logistics. And this is important, but the real test of leadership in crisis is not in long-term plans alone, it's in how we respond to the immediate pressure that South Africans face today. So I wish to reiterate what this debate is about. It's about securing the safety of South Africans who are in the Middle East and wish to return home. It's about upholding human rights equally and consistently across the globe. And it's about acting to mitigate against the harsh economic consequences that a conflict like this can impose on people in our country. Because these consequences are not abstract, they are not theoretical, they're felt at a petrol pump, they're felt at a taxi rank, they're felt at the till at a supermarket. Honorable House Chair, the Middle East conflict will inflate oil prices. There's a predicted 4 Rand a litre fuel increase next month, which will cost approximately 200 Rand more to fill an average car tank. Taxi fares will increase. The price of bread will go up. Small businesses will be forced to cut jobs or close doors altogether. And that is the impact that South Africans will feel. The general fuel levy alone now stands at 4.15 per litre. So South Africans are already being punished by global events, and they shouldn't then be punished by their own government. So we won't join with those who reduce this moment to an ideological fight, and we won't be satisfied with plans that don't translate into relief. That's why I want to reiterate the call by the sponsor of this debate, Dr. Musi Maimane, for this House to reject the 21 cents per litre fuel levy increase that's set to come on the 1st of April. Lastly, Honourable Speaker, we cannot be anybody's proxy. And we cannot be anybody's project. We cannot be answerable to global power blocks, but who we must answer to is the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, House Chair. The Middle East has endured decades of instability due to foreign interests and geopolitical tensions. The recent military actions involving the United States and Israel in Iran, which have resulted in the tragic loss of civilian lives, including 168 school children, must be approached with the utmost seriousness. Any loss of innocent life is unacceptable, and those responsible must be held accountable. We must condemn actions which violate international law. The war in Iran is Israel and United States undermining Iran's sovereignty in pursuit of political outcomes aligned with their own interests. This sets a dangerous precedent in international relations. At the center of this matter is the need to protect a fundamental principle, which is the respect for international law, particularly sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. These principles, enshrined in the United Nations Charter, must apply equally across all nations, regardless of power and influence. There are legitimate concerns globally about the justification for the US and Israel attack on Iran, including whether there was an imminent threat that warranted such force. These concerns go to the heart of the rules-based international order. Notably, the resignation of a senior US counterterrorism official, Joe Kent, has brought further scrutiny to this issue, as he publicly stated that Iran posed no imminent threat and questioned the motivations behind the war. As this conflict continues, South Africa must consistently position itself as a nation committed to multilateralism, peaceful conflict resolution, and the rule of law. And as such, we cannot be selective in our application of these principles, regardless of trade relations. Where international law is undermined, we must speak with clarity and consistency. It is clear we are operating in an increasing volatile global environment where misinformation and security threats are becoming more pronounced. South Africa has already been subjected to misleading claims and propaganda about a so-called genocide of white people and violent land grabs, which distort reality and threatens our sovereignty. We must remain vigilant in safeguarding our own sovereignty and national security. South Africa cannot continue to speak sovereignty while failing to defend it in practice. We must remain principled in foreign policy and pragmatic in our domestic preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Modise Mpia.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA schizophrenics left this country and ran to the USA claiming persecution. They are now returning, not because their narrative has been proven correct, but because it has been proven to be incorrect and misleading the world. We are meeting at a moment of profound sorrow and growing uncertainty in our world. As the African National Congress, our thoughts and deepest condolences are with the countless civilians, families and communities who have lost their loved ones in the devastating conflicts that continue to unfold across the globe, including the rapidly escalating war in the Middle East involving Israel, the United States of America, and Iran. Behind every headline about missiles, airstrikes, and retaliation lies a far more painful reality. It is the reality of grieving mothers burying their children, of families forced to flee their homes in search of safety, of communities watching their futures crumble under the weight of war. These human tragedies remind us that the true cost of conflict is always paid by ordinary people whose lives are torn apart by violence. Across the world, we are witnessing a deeply troubling escalation of conflicts, from the Democratic Republic of Congo to Ukraine, from Sudan to Afghanistan, and now with the intensified armed conflicts in the Middle East. Geopolitical tensions are rising at the pace that should concern all humanity. Each new escalation brings the international community closer to the wider confrontations and deeper instability. It is therefore imperative that the international community recommits itself to the values of diplomacy, respect for sovereignty, and the peaceful resolutions of disputes. Principles that must remain essential for safeguarding both regional and global stability. Developments in the Middle East represent a particularly serious moment in international affairs. Escalations between powerful states in such a volatile region carry consequences that extend far beyond national borders. They threaten regional stability, disrupt global economic systems, as we are currently witnessing with the developments in the Strait of Hormuz. House Chair, another defining feature of modern conflict is that information itself has become a weapon of war. Across digital platforms and global networks, we are witnessing the deliberate production of circulation of disinformation designed to mislead societies. They manufacture consent and deepen divisions. These are not accidental distortions, but they are coordinated narratives that serve political and ideological agendas. South Africa itself has been a target of such campaigns, including the false and dangerous narratives of the so-called white genocide. This claim has been refuted and has no basis in facts. It is aimed at undermining our constitutional democracy. It undermines our transformational agenda and sows racial divisions in our society. South Africa has not collapsed into a fiction that the that they sell to the world. It has remained a constitutional democracy grounded in a non-racialism and the rule of law. The same forces of misinformation are often mobilized to discredit progressive policies of redress, including the broad-based black economic empowerment. The Triple BEE is not an instrument of exclusion, but a necessary tool for correcting the structural injustices of our past and advancing inclusive economic participation. Those who attack the Triple BEE today must be honest with the people of South Africa. They are not opposing the injustices. They are opposing its correction. You cannot defend the benefits of a historically unequal system and at the same time claim to stand for fairness. To equate transformation with discrimination is to distort history and ignore the lived realities of millions who were systematically excluded from the economy. As leaders, we therefore carry a responsibility not to engage global developments with clarity, but to defend the truth, to protect democratic discourse, and to ensure that public debate in our country is grounded in facts, not in fear or fabrications. Honorable members, South Africa's approach to international relations is also shaped by our historical experiences. During the struggle against apartheid, the African National Congress built powerful networks of solidarity across the world. Many nations and movements supported South Africa in our quest for freedom and justice. It is precisely this history that guides our posture in this debate. Our voice as a nation must therefore be consistent. We cannot call for solidarity when it suits us and remain silent when others face devastation. We will not be lectured on justice by those who distort our domestic realities while remaining silent on global injustices. Solidarity is not selective. It is principled and it demands consistency both at home and abroad. The United Nations Charter emphasizes respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. When these principles are undermined, the consequences extend far beyond a single region. As Africans, we understand deeply the value of constructive dialogue and the protection of vulnerability. House Chair, we as a nation, we will not be neutral in the face of injustice, and we will not be pressured or bullied to abandon our principles. We stand where we have always stood, on the side of peace, on the side of the people, and on the side of justice. And that position is not up for negotiation. Let us all put aside our particulars and unite in defense of our sovereignty. Our freedom cannot be complete whilst others in the world are not free. And true freedom requires respecting the rights of others. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Ismail Musa.
People's March on the 21st. You are all invited.
Universal greetings of peace.
I have recognized you, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Universal greetings of peace and blessings in the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful. But can we say the US and the Israel is most merciful and gracious? You all will agree with me, they're not merciful and gracious. And I can prove this because the ICJ case has ruled. What have they ruled? They've ruled clearly that the US and Israel has been guilty of genocide. And we must admit this as parliamentarians. We take this very seriously and we respect the rule of law of the ICJ's rulings, although it cannot be effected immediately, and it's a failure in terms of seeing what the US and Israel is doing presently. So, honorable members, on this note, let me make it known that mercy and grace is totally absent from US and Israel. And I can prove this, I can demonstrate it by the fact that despite the ICJ's rulings and despite the principle of the right to life, human life is not preserved. And this is highly disappointing when we see the atrocities and the aggression by US and Israel. Yesterday, I attended a session here at the Good Hope Castle, which was organized by the commendable Cape Town Ulama Board. And the ambassador of Iran was present. And he made it clear, there is a forgotten fact that Iran is in West Asia and not in the Middle East. He further indicated that dialogue was never truly sincere in its efforts to ensure peace and stability and dialogue. Let us face reality that US and Israel are clear aggressors and in total violation of international law in terms of their conduct and their behavior. Now, who started this aggression? Was it not Israel and US that first bombed Iran? And this is what is important. This is factual and this is truthful. They have compromised world sovereignty of each country. And now let me demonstrate who the perpetrators are and the aggressors are, who violates the principles of a simple law, the right to life. So that principle that one of our honorable members mentioned that was hypocritical and mentioned about idiots, that is false and untruthful. That a typical textbook case is actually what is being conducted by US and Israel. The continuous killings of innocent lives of women and children at the expense of power, dominance, enrichment of resources.
Honorable Musa, your time has expired.
Thank you. Malibongwe to all the innocent lives of women and children.
I will now recognize Honorable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, I think this is a very important debate, and I think it's very important that we discuss this issue today. And I think it's perhaps necessary that we go back to the topic of the debate. And the topic of the debate today is supposed to be the escalating crisis in the Middle East, following the recent attack by the US on Iran, and the implications this has on South Africa. And I think we should understand and focus on the implications for South Africa in this process. During the debate, it's quite clear that there are very strong views on both sides of the House, and colleagues and parties feel very strongly and very emotional about this, and I understand that. And I want to start off by thanking the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member from the ANC who just now spoke, and she spoke the truth when she said this is, from the ANC's position, a question of solidarity in terms of networks that were formed long time ago. And I think that's very honest, I think that's very true, and I think we must respect that. But the question then would be, is that the way that we should now implement our international relations? That's the question, I think, because I understand where it comes from, and I respect that, the network of solidarity that you refer to. The problem is that whether we like it or not, the world has been changing very dramatically so, and I would argue that we need to act in the best interest of South Africa. What is the best that we can achieve for our own country during this crisis? And then one realizes that Iran is important, but not because it's a big trading partner of South Africa. It's not amongst the first top 30 of our trading partners, it's below that. It's very important in terms of ideological support and in terms of ideological solidarity, and I understand that, but it's not about a trading partner. We have to understand, whether we like it or not, that the United States is a very strong continental power with huge energy resources, that the United States have a huge industrial depth, it can secure sea lanes, it protects its allies, it sanctions adversaries, it dominates airspace. And the irony is that even during this war, they have not lost one single one of their planes. And one must take note of that. They have not lost one single one of their planes. You know better. That's good to know. They have not lost one, despite of the fact that they were assisted with the best anti-aircraft missiles and technology from the Soviet Union, from Russia, and from China. We must take note of that. The fact is that the United States is a reality. They are there. They are a very strong reality in South Africa, and we all understand that they are acting in terms of what is in their interests. And we must ask ourselves whether we can...
Honorable Mulder,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you please take a seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Minister, what's your point of order?
Why does it sound like USA is speaking
No,
here?
but Honorable Deputy Minister, no, that is out of order. Can you please continue, Honorable Mulder?
If you have nothing to contribute, please keep quiet. Honorable Chair. No.
Honorable Mulder, please take a seat. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no. Oh, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. I think the honorable member on the podium has used an unparliamentary language to say the honorable deputy minister must keep quiet. That's unparliamentary.
You're threatening me.
Honorable Skosana, that your point of order is not sustained. It would have been sustained if an honorable member has said to the deputy minister, shut up. But to say keep quiet is not, you can't say it is unparliamentary. Honorable Mashatile.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's fine on your ruling, but we come from a history where when somebody behaves like a boss, poking you when he's speaking to you, traumatizes us, and he's doing that there on the podium. He's very aggressive towards our people, towards the deputy minister.
Honorable
He's very
Mashatile.
aggressive, as if it's in the apartheid era. and
Honorable
we are
Mashatile.
traumatized by that. Please
Honorable
protect us,
Mashatile.
Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mulder, can we please not use our hands when we speak? And maybe we only use words when we speak.
Oh, he's threatening me.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want us to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, did you prepare your speech with Robert Seth?
Honorable Deputy Minister,
Prepare your speech with Robert Seth.
Honorable Kungubele, that is not a point of order, please. Honorable Mulder, please continue.
Honorable Chair, I'm going to leave my speech and I will direct myself to the colleagues from the ANC. I'm very amazed about the reaction. Why this sensitivity? Why this absolute sensitivity when we talk about what is the effect of the conflict on our country? Why so sensitive? Could it be, no, I'm asking a question. Could it be that it's all about ideological networks of support and has nothing to do with
Honorable Mulder, can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
please take a seat? Honorable Mashatile.
Chair, it's very wrong to say we are sensitive because you are talking about America. We are sensitive because you are misleading the House. You even
Honorable
know how many flights
Honorable
Americans
member, no.
put down of
Honorable
Iran. You are
member.
misleading the House.
Honorable
Nobody knows.
Mashatile. Honorable Mashatile, please. Can we continue? That is a point of debate, not a point of order. Continue, Honorable
No,
Mulder.
he can't.
Honorable Chairperson, I honestly believe that we should use this opportunity to act in the best interest of our country and to deal with these issues in terms of what's in the best interest for us. And we cannot build our positions in terms of solidarity networks that are outdated and no longer relevant. I really believe that we should act in the best interest of the country, and my apology if I made you feel very
Honorable
uncomfortable.
Mulder.
Thank you.
The time has
Must
expired.
address the House, don't address ANC.
Now we will respond to you, my guy.
Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Mulder, your phone.
Can you run security quickly on that phone? Bring it.
America.
Honorable Mahlatsi, yeah, put it there. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Ma-Africa. Unity, Ma-Africa. We rise today to confront a dangerous and familiar pattern, one where powerful nations act without restraint, violate sovereignty, and leave the poorest of the world to bear the consequences. We strongly condemn the action of United States and Israel in the Middle East. The recent military aggression against Iran is not about peace and stability, it's about power. It undermined the international law and sent a message that some nations are above accountability. No country has a right to violate sovereignty of another. And this is not new. The world has seen similar conduct in Cuba, where decades of economic blockage and interference that has brought to punish the nation that chooses its own path. Today, it is Iran facing military escalation, but the principle remains the same: domination over dialogue. Chairperson, while this conflict unfolds far from our borders, the impact is felt directly here at home in Azania. When war disrupts global oil supply, fuel price rise, when petrol, diesel increase, it is not the rich who suffer the most, it's the poorest. The workers who commute daily, the small business struggling to survive, the farmers to produce food, the family already battling with the basic needs. This is a harsh reality. Wars fought by powerful nations are paid for by poor in developing countries. Honorable members, Ma-Africa, sovereignty must be respected. Aggression must be rejected. Global power must be held accountable. Azania, an African continent, must stand firm for peace, for justice, and for protection of the most vulnerable, from the river to the sea.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Mauma Pelo.
Re ke go dumedise motlotlegi modulasetulo. Ke dumedisa le seboka sa batlotlegi mo ntlong mo letsatsi la gompieno. Honorable members, when the people of South Africa gathered in 1955 to adopt the Freedom Charter, they did so because they were not schizophrenic. They did so because they were not stupid. When they gathered there in Kliptown, they said in one voice that there shall be peace and friendship. I'm saying so because sometimes it is important, honorable members, to provide context. That context comes from the Freedom Charter. When the United Nations in 1966 adopted Resolution 2202, declaring apartheid a crime against humanity, it did so because the United Nations knew that this is a culmination of the struggle of the people of South Africa, who are not schizophrenic nor stupid. The United Nations agreed with the people of South Africa because South Africa was not alone in that struggle up against apartheid colonialism. South Africa's struggle was supported by our allies all over the world, and those allies that supported our revolution, they were supporting it because they are not schizophrenic and idiotic. Now, honorable members, to pretend to honor those who fell fighting against the apartheid system is not only stupid and schizophrenic, but it's an extended, chronic, and incurable dunderheadedness embedded in the psychology of white supremacy. I think I must repeat this. To pretend to honor those who fell fighting against the apartheid system is not only stupid and schizophrenic, but it is an extended, chronic, and incurable dunderheadedness embedded in the psychology of white supremacy.
Honorable Maumapilu, please take a seat. Honorable Zongola, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I did not hear the honorable member on this last point. Can you please repeat it?
Listen properly.
Yeah, even if he would do so, he would know that it will be eating on his time.
If you give me more time, Honorable Speaker, I will do that. Honorable members, we are here today because of one small but very big problem. The United States of America sent 2 people to go and negotiate with Iran in as far as matters of nuclear energy is concerned. These people, one of them, Kisbar, Saha President Donald Trump. His name is Jared Kushner. The second one, who is creating problem for us, is Stephen Witkoff, who is the envoy of the President of the United States of America. The similarity between the two guys, which has put us where we are here today, is because they are not atomic experts and science experts. Both of them are experts in property development. That is why they could not comprehend, they could not understand the discussions that were taking place with Iran in as far as the matters of enrichment of atomic energy is concerned, which was done through the knowledge of the United Nations. Fast forward, the US and Israel, despite the fact that all and sundry accepted that negotiations were going well with Iran, from nowhere then they attacked Iran, and that is why we are here where we are here today. Honorable members, it is important to distill truth from facts. Honorable Maiman, because you started the debate. It's important to distill truth from facts. And one of the truths which must be separated from facts is that the United States of America believes that might is right. And you come here, you run away from the truth because you chase the facts. And South Africa must kowtow under the dictates of the United States of America because of its mightiness of its economy. We are a sovereign state. And the challenges that we face as South Africans, be they economic or otherwise, we will use our collective wisdom of working together to overcome those particular challenges. The reason why the people of South Africa will be coming together on Saturday, on Human Rights Day, to march in Johannesburg, they are doing so because they want to appreciate, and they will continue to do so, appreciate and honor the struggle that culminated in the liberation of South Africa in 1994. Now, beneficiaries of apartheid colonialism like Honorable Smith, who comes here and is confused as to whether he's a beneficiary of a reasonable decision by the ANC to have a GNU or not. He's also confused by the fact that he doesn't know the lifespan of the GNU, and therefore he wants to abuse the platform to the extent that that GNU will still be in existence. Now, Honorable Smith, please know that South Africa is a sovereign state. No matter the mighty force of the United States working with Israel, we will not retreat on defending our sovereignty. Please know that our principle of believing in multilateralism is a principle that no power on earth will make us shift from it. You must know, Honorable Smith, that you are a beneficiary of the struggle of black people and Africans who sacrificed their life for you to stand up here and speak without you being arrested by the police. You know no sacrifice of the struggle.
Honorable
That is why
Maumapelo, can you please take a seat? Honorable Michalakis. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I stand on Rule 85, and I want to submit to you that the Speaker at the podium has taken it a bit too far when he indicated that Honourable Smith would have, under certain circumstances, have been arrested. With respect.
Honorable members, please, I can't hear
with respect,
the point of order.
House
Can we
Chairperson,
please stop shouting, please?
If the member at the podium has any proof of Honourable Smith having committed a crime, he must bring a substantive motion. There is no proof.
Honorable Michalakis, I didn't catch that. You said the member on the podium said what?
The member at the podium took it a little bit too far when he indicated that under certain
Honorable members, no.
House Chairperson, may I please make my point?
Yes, please.
Thank you. House Chairperson, the member at the podium took it too far when he indicated that Honourable Smith, under certain circumstances, would have been arrested. Implying that Honourable Smith has committed some form of a crime. Now, if the member at the podium has any proof of Honourable Smith having committed a crime, he must bring a substantive motion. However, not doing so casts aspersions on his character and implies that he is a criminal. I would like you to please go to the Hansard and rule on this matter because it does violate Rule 85.
Thank you very much. No, I didn't hear the honorable member say that, so we will have to consult Hansard first.
I can
and
repeat
come
it,
back
we
with
don't
the
need
ruling.
Hansard.
Honorable Maumapelo, please
I was just
take
saying
a
I can
seat.
repeat it.
Are you, Honorable Mahlaula, are you fine? I saw your hand
We
up.
don't need Hansard, so I can repeat it.
Honorable, no, there's a hand of Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana?
No, Chair, I wanted to clarify that it's a point of debate. Honorable Mahumapilo was explaining that if it was still under apartheid, Honorable Smith wouldn't have spoken the way he did. He wouldn't have been arrested. So it's a point of debate, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Skosana, but Honorable Mauma Pilu is willing to even repeat it.
In simple terms, Honorable Presiding Officer, what is bequeathed to people like Honorable Smith here today is a consequence of the struggle and the sacrifices of black people. So context is important if you can't comprehend what I was saying earlier on. Honorable members, South Africa will continue to participate in the United Nations. It will continue to influence those who are in the United Nations Security Council to make sure that conflicts of the world are resolved through peaceful means. To make sure that in the context of building a better Africa and a better world, we continue to engage with global forces of the South to make sure that future generations can inherit from humanity that exists here today a better Africa and a better world.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Hatting.
Join the People's March.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Debate about implications for South Africa. South Africa's foreign policy is built on the principle of non-alignment. The commitment to act independently, uphold constitutional values, and engage globally without being drawn into competing power blocks. That is our stated position, repeatedly. But the question is whether our actions, especially in defense diplomacy, align with that position. We must ask whether non-alignment has become a label, a very convenient label, concealing a pattern of selective alignment. Because foreign policy is not judged by slogans. It is judged by conduct. And that conduct is becoming very difficult to explain. Let us start with Cuba. Under Operation Tusano and its successor Project Gala, the Department of Defense entrenched a costly Cuba-linked relationship, repeatedly flagged for procurement failures, weak controls and poor value for money. Irregular expenditure stands at 1.7 billion with no consequence management. Reports revealed open-ended contracts, weak records, poor justification and clear evidence that these services could have been sourced locally at far lower costs while creating jobs for South Africans. The issue is not whether South Africa may cooperate with Cuba. The issue is why these arrangements persist despite repeated findings of non-compliance year after year, with impunity and without any consequence. That is not non-alignment. That is preferential indulgence. Now consider Iran. In July 2025, the chief of the SANDF visited Iran and reports attributed political remarks to him suggesting solidarity and shared purpose with Iran. The presidency distanced itself, and Durko reaffirmed that foreign policy is determined by cabinet and exercised under civilian authority, not by the military. That alone was very damaging, because what the most senior SANDF officer appears to freelance politically in Tehran, the world does not see disciplined non-alignment. It sees drift, it sees confusion, and it sees weakened civilian control. Then came Exercise World for Peace 2026. And this is where the issue really moves beyond signaling and into constitutional authority. Head of the exercise, the President, as Commander-in-Chief of the SANDF, issued a clear instruction that Iran's participation should not proceed. That instruction was communicated, yet Iran participated. The Iranian corvette Iris Nati took part in the sea phase, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was the vessel Shahid Madawi was in Simonstown. A board inquiry was announced by the Minister of Defence with a 7-day reporting timeline. But as expected and predicted, nothing happened. Then the President took control of the investigation, removed it from the Minister of Defence and placed it under the Presidency. And the reason is critical. The investigation is into whether the President's own instruction was ignored or not implemented. This is not diplomatic disagreement, it's a failure of command. When a presidential instruction on a foreign military matter must be investigated by the President itself, we are no longer dealing with foreign policy signaling. We are dealing with a breakdown in civilian control. And that is exactly the kind of signal that the international parties respond to. Not explanations, but actions. Now consider what is happening at the same time in South Africa's military relationship with the United States. The contrast is stark. In 2025, the United States moved to halt military assistance to South Africa, including the collapse of the long-standing international military education and training program, the suspension of foreign military financing, and the curtailment of broader defense cooperation, as well as the U.S. participation in the 2024 Aerospace and Defense Expo in Pretoria that was cancelled. Then exercise Shared Accord 2025 was cancelled. Now, Shared Accord is not a ceremonial exercise. It's a part of a long-standing United States-Africa training program focusing on humanitarian response, peace support, and joint operations. It is where the SANDF has built interoperability, disaster response capability, and international coordination. When it was cancelled, South Africa did not lose a photo opportunity. It lost real training, real capability, and real strategic relationship. So the trajectory is clear. Military aid halted, training reduced, funding constrained, exercise cancelled, cooperation declining. This is not neutral drift. It's a measurable, consistent downward trend. Now compare the two realities. On the one hand, escalating high visibility engagement involving Iran, including a situation where presidential authority itself is under investigation. On the other, a steady collapse of military cooperation with the United States. It's not balanced non-alignment, it's divergence, and it comes at a price. The United States remain one of South Africa's most important export markets and investment partners. When defense diplomacy becomes unbalanced, the consequences do not remain within the military sphere. They spill into trade, into investment, into tariffs, market confidence, and jobs. So we should stop treating non-alignment as though it answers everything. It does not. Real non-alignment is not a slogan, it's discipline. It requires balance, it requires control, and it requires credibility. When presidential instructions are not implemented, when defense signaling clusters in one direction, and when key partnerships decline, then non-alignment is no longer a strategy. It becomes a contradiction. And South Africa will not be judged by what it claims, it will be judged by what it does. And when a country's actions contradict its claims, it does not choose its alignment. Its alignment is chosen for it. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. To conclude the debate, I will now recognize the Honourable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Yesterday, we received the sad news of the passing of one of our finest diplomats and a lawyer, Nicholas Haysom, a patriot who dedicated his life to the birth of a united, non-racial, and a non-sexist South Africa. We mourn him not only as a great patriot, but also as an internationalist who served the cause of peace and justice with distinction across our continent and the world over. I had the distinct honor of working with him in South Sudan. His commitment to democracy and Africa's quest to silence the gun was never in doubt. He leaves an indelible mark on multilateral institutions at a time when they are under unprecedented strain. On behalf of the South African government, I hereby convey a message of condolences to his family and his loved ones. Honorable Smith stood here and accused the GNU, which the DA is part of cherry-picking on human rights. Our answer is simple, Honorable Smith and Honorable Hating. History offers no record of people being liberated by bombs falling from the sky, by chemical weapons poisoning their environment, or by war destroying their future. Not in Vietnam, not in Afghanistan, not in Iraq, and not in Libya, certainly not in Iran. Our response to the situation in Iran has been consistent. Let me remind you of what government has done, the GNU, which the DA is part of. We supported the rise to peaceful protest, freedom of expression, and freedom of association as the universal rights that must be upheld for the people of Iran. We supported calls for an independent inquiry into human rights violation by all sides, not only one side. And we have made it clear that sustainable peace can only come through solutions that center dialogue and respect the agency of the Iranian people. Your straw man management argument, where you denounce this GNU foreign policy as one-eyed and unconstitutional. You have also repeatedly claimed that this foreign policy will alienate South Africa from the democratic world. But you are wrong. Country after country has joined South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice on Israel's violation of the Genocide Convention. The Netherlands and Iceland are among the latest to do so. Your predictions and perhaps even your wishes of isolation have not come to pass. 19 members of the G20 supported our G20 declaration, except the US. And as for this charge of a one-eyed foreign policy, is it not better directed at those who took part in a sponsored trip to Israel in 2025? The DA, the ACDP, and others. And as for this, what did they do? You came back and said you saw no apartheid. After you have seen checkpoints, you have seen segregated roads, you have seen blockages, you saw humiliation of the Palestinian people, you saw their hunger. But you came back to South Africa and said you saw no genocide and you saw nothing. What will have Helen Suzman said about this? You accuse us of this one-eyed policy while your vision is the one that is blinkered. When you refuse to see what was perfectly obvious in front of your eyes. Therefore, who is a hypocrite? Is the hypocrite the one who stands in principle on the side of human rights, on the side of non-alignment, or is the one who have got a one-sided foreign policy? The verdict is clear. The DA is the hypocrite. Standing in this podium, peddling discredited and unproven conspiracies from think tanks in Washington is cheap political point scoring, Honorable Smith. Honorable Mulder, the ANC foreign policy is not anti-America, but is an anti-imperialist, a call to respect the sovereignty of state in line with Article 2 of the United Nations Charter. Geopolitics and geoeconomics have become intertwined, with trade and technology, finance, food security, energy security, and climate policy all being used as instruments of strategic competition. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz clearly demonstrates this. War is deadly, honorable members. The human and the economic cost of war are exactly why our foreign policy calls for dispute to be settled through peaceful and inclusive dialogue. The principles that guide our approach to conflict have a long history, and Honorable Mahoma Pile has already quoted eloquently the Freedom Charter in this regard. The Freedom Charter, when it was adopted, it was an extraordinary statement by our people who were still shackled under apartheid. And a few weeks earlier, in 1955 in Bandung, Indonesia, the newly independent nations of Asia and Africa came together to affirm the principles of sovereign equality amongst nations, territorial integrity, friendship, and peaceful coexistence. Here, the non-alignment movement was born. To this date, we remain firm behind this principle, and we are consistent. Unlike yourselves, who have been very consistent on the sovereign integrity in Ukraine, who have been consistent on sovereign integrity in the Eastern DRC, who have been consistent on sovereign integrity in Sudan. This is a principled ANC. It is also carried on by the GNU government, which the DA is part of. We have continued to say, during this period of a crisis, we called for all parties to cease hostilities and to remain within the bounds of international law. We have also been clear that the so-called preemptive or anticipatory self-defense has no basis in international law. We have also been unequivocal that retaliatories against the Gulf countries by Iran violates the UN Charter and risks widening the conflict. Thirdly, we continue to call on all parties to return to the negotiation table through UN-led multilateral processes. Honorable Smith, the woman who marched in 1956, will be very proud of the ANC to see the ANC condemning the killing of innocent women and the killing of innocent children anywhere in the world. The price that South Africans are paying for continued hostilities in the Middle East is too great. Today is almost certain that South Africans will be paying more for transport fare than they did last month. And soon this will lead to food prices increases and so forth. Meaning the cost of living could once more go high. Just a month after the budget speech had indicated positive indicators for our economy, thereby undoing some of the good work to reset our economy. This is the price of war. It is an ordinary people who pay mostly for it. Eastern and Southern Africa depends on the Middle East, particularly the Strait of Hormuz, for 75% of their fuel imports and some of the transportation for foods. The impact of the war is already evident. Higher input costs for farmers, higher food prices, rising inflation and shortages of food and other essentials. We now have a responsibility as the government of national unity, which the DA is part of. During a crisis, you don't stand up and throw stones. When you are in government, you show yourself, you say to the people, we know of the forthcoming challenges that you are now going to face. As we have heard from Minister Tao, the government of national unity is taking immediate actions to respond to these issues, to strengthen policy framework needed to support the greater petroleum exploration and for a more domestic supply of fuel and energy. The Upstream Petroleum Resource Development Act was an important step in that direction, and further measures, including reforms in the petroleum product space, are also being advanced. It is also demands close coordination between the state and industry. DMRE is in constant engagement with the industry to plan, anticipate risks, and secure uninterrupted supply for domestic consumption. DTIC have also been tasked to come up with measures to cushion the economy against predatory pricing. This is what Honorable Tao has already mentioned. And this is what the government of national unity must rise. Mobilize the people of South Africa as we did during COVID-19, that this moment of crisis, calls for all of us, all social actors, private and public sector, to work together to go through these difficulties. We have done it during COVID-19. We have done it during the July unrest. We have done it during the natural disasters in KZN and in the Eastern Cape. We can again do it now, today as South Africa. And this moment calls upon all of us to work together to defeat this, what is coming before us. We need to use our domestic capabilities, coal to fuel capability, gas to fuel capabilities, the biofuel capabilities that as a country we have. And this is what we are mobilizing on, that South Africa rise and build on your domestic capability so that we are self-sufficient during this difficult time. It is not a moment for point scoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate. Honorable members, you may stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maize to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.